All right, good evening. It's time to start the 2022 high school football season here in North Central Florida. A little bit later than we originally intended, but the good news is there will be football tonight here at Citizens Field. It should be an excellent matchup between the Buholz Bobcats and the Columbia Tigers from Lake City. Along with Cam Parker, I'm Marty Paulman, welcoming you to Citizens Field. And Cam, as it is, this time of year, we had some thunderstorms roll through about 6:30 and heavy rain for a while and a lot of lightning, but everyone met at midfield. They decided that the field was playable, and I tell you, it's going to be tough in about the 40-yard line to the end zone on both sides, it looks like.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of slipping, a lot of drop passes tonight, especially for a Buchholz team that relies on that pass so much. But the good news is they got a lot of athletes with different ways to get them the ball. But it'll be interesting to see how everyone adjusts, especially because from what it looked like, Buchholz wanted to play tonight. They didn't want to wait until Saturday with Gainesville coming in and playing here tomorrow. They did not want to travel to Lake City. So they said, hey, we're going to play football tonight no matter what. So we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, the weather is supposed to be about the same tomorrow night. So who knows if Vanguard and Gainesville High will be able to play on time. But you're right. The other option was to play Saturday morning here, or it sounds like, or for tomorrow night in Lake City. This happened a few years ago, too. Gainesville High played Columbia here on an opening Thursday, and the game was stopped in the second quarter. Very similar situation. That game was moved to Lake City and finished the following night on Friday, and Gainesville High was not happy about that. But we are going to have football tonight, and these two teams, this really should be a good matchup because Buholz is coming in off their run to the state semifinals last year in Class 7A, their farthest run of the postseason in 27 years. And for Columbia, this is a team that's made the playoffs 11 straight seasons, and last year lost in the opening round to Riverside out of Jacksonville. But that probably maybe the two of the most successful programs in North Central Florida for football.
Yeah, and that trend looks to continue this year. Both teams not only had Division I talent on their team last year, but bringing in a couple transfers to help them out. Of course, Buholz, they've got two Florida commits on their roster. Quarterback Creed Whittemore, although he's expected to play wide receiver for Billy Napier in the Gators. And then defensive end Gavin Hill committing back-to-back. And then on the junior side, you've got Kendall Jackson, who's a UF offer, also at defensive end. And then you turn to Columbia. Four-star linebacker Jaden Robinson is on their team. But then even looking, and he's committed to UF, previously committed to South Carolina. But then you just go past those guys. Jaron Hamilton on the Bobcats transferring over from PK Young, a top 7 that includes teams like Tennessee and Alabama, Michigan. He's going to go play top Division I college football wherever he wants. And then, of course, on Columbia, Tyler Jefferson, transfer from Hawthorne. He's a Central Michigan commit, going to go play for Jim McElwain and the Chippewas. Trey Tolliver, who did not look like he was dressed out tonight, but nonetheless, we'll see what's going on there. But offers from Boston College, Arizona. And then, of course, the four-star wide receiver, transfer from Swanee, Camden Fryer, FSU commit, offers from Bama, Texas A&M. And then keep it going from there. On the defensive side, Amari Farrell, three-star safety, an Indiana commit. So a lot of the guys who are going to be playing on Saturdays on this field tonight.
Yeah, a lot of guys on both sides of the ball for both teams. As you said, a lot of Division I talent on the field and college football talent in general tonight. Well, let's talk about the two coaches, too. And Demetric Jackson was a longtime coach at Fort White, took over the Columbia program last season from Brian Allen, who was the head coach for 10 years. And he's another Columbia grad. So is Demetric Jackson, who played at the University of Florida as well in the 90s for Steve Spurrier. But Demetric taking over last year, and it continued the run of postseasons for Columbia. Their 11th in a row last year in 2021. And on the other side, again, Mark Whittemore also is coaching his alma mater, Buholz High School. He was on their only state championship team back in 1990. And, of course, he's also had his son Luke come through here, went to Troy to play. Trent Whittemore, who's now playing for UF, came through here as well. And now Creed Whittemore, who is committed to Florida as well. And really quite a bond between Buholz and UF, it seems like at this point, and the Whittemores in UF. But on the other side, Columbia has a lot of those connections as well with Demetric Jackson as the head coach.
Yeah, I remember talking to Mark Whittemore at the the media day over the summer, and I kind of asked him about it, between Trent going up to UF. They got a couple more guys up there as well, walk-ons, Noah Keeter, one of them.
Mm-hmm.
And, of course, now he's got the 3 guys. 2 are committed, 1 with an offer. I asked him, is this going to be like a pipeline that we see, from Buholz to UF? Is this a trend that we're going to continue seeing? And he just kept it blunt and kept it clear. he pretty much just wants his guys to go play Division I college football where they want to go. But, it's pretty much a blessing to have a school like Florida so close, and obviously with the connections there now. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see a bunch of guys from Buholz over the next few years finding their way to play in the orange and blue.
Yeah, and obviously it's a pretty easy pipeline. The schools are about 5 miles apart.
Yeah.
It's really not that hard. And, we've seen that from Gainesville High, too, in the past with a bit of a pipeline to UF as well. Well, we're going to kick off, it looks like around 8:15, so about an hour and 15 minutes behind schedule. We're supposed to start at 7 p.m. Again, the weather rolled in here about 6:15, 6:30 with first a lightning delay and then a heavy rain for about 30 to 45 minutes. The field, parts of it were underwater. In fact, if you look down on the field, they probably still are. It's very squishy, according to the folks who have gone down there. But it was decided that this game should be played tonight. And we'll see how it goes, as right now it's 73 degrees, so it's cooled off a bit. Still a little muggy here in Gainesville. But we will be able to play football tonight, it appears, as Columbia, we hear the Buholz fans starting to boo here. 100% humidity up right now. And we've had 1.5 inches of rain, it says, so that sounds about right. But right now it's not raining, so good news.
Yeah, hopefully it holds up. You never know in this state
yeah.
with all the rain coming up. And speaking of that Florida pipeline, right in front of us, walking by Trent Whittemore and Jeremy Crawshaw, the receiver and punter here, checking out his younger brother and his alma mater. So, again, I was thinking about this week. I wouldn't be surprised if you saw a few UF coaches out here tonight, considering 3 commits, 1 offer, and then a few more Division I talent on the field that doesn't have an offer yet. But you know how Billy Napier and that staff likes to recruit. So we'll see if we see any more cameos tonight from the Florida Gators.
Mark Whittemore is now in his 11th year as a head coach at Buholz. The year before he took over the program in 2011, the Bobcats were 1-9. Since then, they've advanced to the playoffs 7 times in 11 seasons under Coach Whittemore, including the last 2 years. Last year, 12-2. Their only losses came to Cardinal Gibbons from Fort Lauderdale, who won the 4A state title, and the St. Thomas Aquinas in the state semifinal game in Fort Lauderdale, who won the 7A state title. They were 10-2 2 years ago, so this has been quite a run for Buholz. For Columbia, they made the state semis in 2015 and 2012. They kind of run into trouble in the first and second round of the postseason. And by the way, we'll talk about this as the game goes on. The classifications have changed. It's no longer 7A or 6A, which is what Columbia is in. Columbia is now in Class 3S, which stands for Suburban, and Buholz is in 4S, which is the highest classification, and that's also Suburban. We also have the Metro classifications for the cities, and then the rural class is just 1R, so 1A has become 1R. And to me, it's going to take me a while to not call it A, but that's something that we'll have to worry about as we get into the postseason. But
the times are changing, and it's certainly complicated, especially in that first year in that chain.
Yeah, it is. And Columbia's coming on the field, and, of course, they wear the LSU Tiger-looking uniform, as they are the Tigers. White tops, purple letters and numerals, the gold helmet with CHS and the Tiger on the top. As well, we're having the anthem. Pardon me. All right. I didn't hear them calling for the national anthem, so my apologies. But Columbia is on the field, coming in from the southeast corner of Citizens Field. And we want to welcome you back to high school football. Of course, we're at Citizens Field, as we start every season, it seems like, at Milton Lewis Stadium. The Columbia Tigers, by the way, these two teams played every year from 2004 to 2018, but they haven't played since then. Columbia won the last meeting here on Citizens Field in 2018, 39-0. And they also beat Buholz 42-7 in Lake City in 2017. In 2016, though, Buholz did win 26-23 here at Citizens Field, but Columbia has won 12 of the last 14 meetings. Buholz only winning in 2007 by a point here at Citizens Field and by 3 in 2016. But this is a little bit different Buholz program now than it was in 2018. This is a program that has talent that can stay with Columbia at this point.
Yeah, and again, even just going back to last year, too, you mentioned the 2 losses to 2 state champions. That Cardinal Gibbons game, they were in it until the very end. Just a couple sloppy mistakes and sloppy plays, cost them. And I remember asking Mark Whittemore after that game, kind of what happened, what does Buholz need to do to improve on this? How'd you guys lose this game? And he said, we didn't play like an excellent team. We weren't an excellent team. We've got to get better. This is inexcusable. What happened? A few weeks later, they went and they played Buholz, another state powerhouse, and they won 14-7. And frankly, that game shouldn't have been close. Buholz really just dominated that game with a couple turnovers in the red zone, a couple missed kicks. But that game really turned it around. And Buholz, I consider to be, a top state team. Just the way that they play and the intensity they have, and now looking at the Division I talent that they have too.
Yeah, they went to beat Buholz in Stark. That game was at Bradford High School. And then they went to Bartram Trail, who was one of the top teams in 8A, and beat them by 2 touchdowns. So, yeah, Buholz had some impressive wins a year ago. The only 2 losses literally coming to teams from Fort Lauderdale, who both won state championships. And part of the reason we have this classification change is because the Buholz game at St. Thomas Aquinas. They go down there, a really good Buholz team, but they're basically playing a professional team almost in St. Thomas Aquinas, and they lost 45-7. So that's what we're doing here. We're going to have the suburban teams play for state titles, the metro teams as well, and that way you get, you don't have this big private school, public school deal where, some teams just for whatever reason, I'm not going to say it out loud, but
they just can't compete.
Right, and their reasons are some of those schools can get the players they want. But all right, so we are about ready to go. There's smoke on the field now where Buholz has come in from the south end zone. And it looks like Columbia is going to receive. So we will start the season here. And by the way, tomorrow night, there will be another big game here at Citizens Field. Vanguard and Gainesville High will play. Scheduled for a 7 o'clock kick. A lot of big games in the area this week to start. Santa Fe at Newberry. Santa Fe breaking in a new coach as well. As is Eastside, who will scheduled to play at PK Young tomorrow night.
Tell you what, Eastside looked good in that kickoff classic.
They did. And against Chiefland, that was impressive. The Chiefland team that went 11-1 last year and nearly made it to the state championship game. So Buholz will kick off. Bobcat students getting up on their feet. This is Reed Rousseau, the senior kicker. And Columbia will have a couple returners back there. See the deep returner. Looks like Jalen Cooper, number 8. And Buholz will kick off right to left towards the north end zone to start the game. So Columbia will head towards the south end zone here in the opening quarter. Ball kicked off from the 40. Plenty of foot marks, shoe marks in that area. So this is going to be interesting to see how this field responds. It hasn't rained in probably in an hour or so. So, at least there's been some time to dry out. And Rousseau will now kick it off. This kick is returnable at the 5. Up to the 10, 15, coming outside is Cooper. 20, breaks the tackle to the 25, 30 down the sideline. The 35, he's still in bounds all the way down to the 40. Nice return there by the senior Jalen Cooper. He got about 15 more yards down the sideline. And I think the kicker finally got him, Rousseau, at the 40, let's say the 42-yard line. Well, now they're backing up 40. I don't know where they're going with the first down marker. I thought he got past the 40, but I guess he went out of bounds at the 35. So that's where the drive will start.
Yeah, it looked like he got 1 foot, but nonetheless, a good return, a good block on the edge by his teammates. And now we'll get to see this Columbia Tiger offense revamped with Hawthorne transfer Tyler Jefferson. The lefty transferring to a school where he can air it out a little bit more. Hawthorne very run heavy, and he's got plenty of weapons to throw to. Camden Fryer, the FSU commit, is going to be the star of the show tonight.
Swanee transfer Camden Fryer. As you mentioned, Jefferson played at Fort White 2 years ago. Last year at Hawthorne, as they advanced to the state championship game, he'll take the snap. Throws it in the right flat, complete. And a short gain up to around the 37 or so is a catch made by Jalen Cooper. Already busy night for him. Looked like Amari Shepard, number 0, was in there, as well as number 8, Kendall Jackson, the junior defensive end.
Yeah, on the edge there, senior Cameron Boykin, number 12. Good job fighting off the one-on-one block on the edge, getting there. And, of course, that swarm tackle, Kendall Jackson, the UF offer, getting in there as well. That's what Buholz is going to have to do tonight. They've got plenty of talent on the defensive side, but you got to get plenty of hats to the ball against this Tiger offense.
Gain of 2, 2nd down and 8, Columbia from their 37. They line up 4 receivers left, 1 right, empty backfield for Jefferson. The left-hander looks to his left. And again, the pass complete to Cooper. 40, cuts up to around the 42. And again, Buholz quick to the ball. Donnie Hebert, the senior safety, we're going to be calling his name a bunch tonight probably, makes the hit. And that gets to around the 41. So it'll be 3rd down and about 3 or 4 coming up for Columbia. This is what we saw with Buholz's defense last year. Very quick, very just quick period, and they look like that already early on.
And they didn't really lose a lot of guys,
No.
Bringing back Gavin Hill, that certainly helps tremendously. And then Donnie Hebert leading the defensive back room.
Well, they lose Quan Lee, but as you said, they have a nice replacement for him coming in from PK Young this year. 3rd down and 4. Jefferson will take the snap himself, and he is going nowhere. Maybe to the 42. And again, that is Kendall Jackson fired up with a tackle. And it's going to be 4th down for Columbia. 4th and about 3. They're going closer to the 43, about 2.5. So we'll see the Tigers have the offense on the field, it appears, as we are closing in 10 minutes to go, first quarter opening drive. We play 4 12-minute quarters here in high school football.
And look who they bring in. It's 4-star linebacker Jaden Robinson's going to get a snap on offense here.
You mentioned we probably would see that tonight, and we, in fact, are seeing that on this drive as they line up 4 receivers left again, 1 to the right. Jefferson looks to his left, and, well, it's acting like the play never really started. That's what happened. It looks like Buholz called a timeout defensively because he didn't really look for the ball. Number 5, Jaden Robinson, as you said, Cam, line up to the left that time. And that is a package that they can use offensively, is the now Florida commit Jaden Robinson, who also plays linebacker and safety as well.
Yeah, it looked like that they, brought the big body out to lead block, setting out a bubble screen. Looked like they had 4 guys on that side of the field and just get it to your playmaker and let the big bodies block. And I'm sure Jaden Robinson loves that contact. Let him get outside and knock some people down and get those 4 yards. But defensive coordinator Chuck Bell and Mark Whittemore obviously not seeing something, or seeing something that they didn't like, calling that timeout right away. But again, that just gives Columbia 2 more time to kind of draw up a play. We'll see if they bring Robinson back out to kind of act as that fullback in space.
It says 4th down and 3 on the scoreboard, so we'll call it about 4th and a little bit past 2. It may be about 2.5 here after the timeout by Buholz. They have 2 remaining. 4th down and 2. 2 receivers right, and they'll line up tight end left of the line, back to the left of Tyler Jefferson. And he will keep it off left tackle, and he's got the 1st down. Well, the ball's on the ground, though. And Buholz thinks they have it. And they do. Tyler Jefferson got the 1st down, but on his way through, fumbled. And Buholz recovers at the Columbia 45. So the gamble did work at first for Demetric Jackson, and then it didn't as Jefferson put the ball on the ground.
And again, rainy night, field's drenched. You're going to expect that a lot. Watching the quarterbacks warm up, they had Creed and Tyler Jefferson both had trouble kind of keeping a grip on the ball. That's the downside of trying to run the ball in a weather like this. And Tyler Jefferson, although got the 1st down, just couldn't hang on to it. So a good job by Buholz taking advantage of that. Now out comes Creed Whittemore.
Yep, Creed Whittemore, the senior quarterback. 2 receivers each side, one back to his right as Whittemore looking to throw on first down. Over the middle, it's caught down to the 26-yard line, and what a play. And right away, that's Quentin Cutler, the junior running back, over the middle, making a nice catch right in the middle of the field. That is a gain of 20 to the Columbia 25. And as far as Buholz doesn't look like they have any problem with the wet ball, as Creed Whittemore completed a perfect pass there over the middle.
Yeah, good kind of seam route over the middle, splitting between the safeties, getting just past Jaden Robinson. And a good catch by Cutler. And great blocking by Buholz. I saw 2 pancake blocks in the backfield, one by Brian Rosenberg, number 55.
5 wide for Buholz in the snap. As over the head of Whittemore, back to the 40, and then he's going to slide out at the 42. Boy, that is a big loss there. That snap was way too high, went off the hands of Whittemore. It's going to be a loss of 17 all the way back to the 42, so they're almost back where they started. Actually, the 47, pardon me, they lost 22 yards. So now this is going to be a problem for this Buholz drive. They now face a 2nd and 32. They have to get to the 15 for a first down. That's something we thought we'd see tonight as well.
Yeah, Mark Whittemore, though, pretty much screaming no excuses to his son. But kind of hard to hold the ball with all the rain that we've had today.
Ball was also 20 feet in the air, it seemed like. So Whittemore with 3 receivers right, 1 left, pass caught in the flat by Cutler. And now he moves forward to around the 44. Going to be a short gain of about 3. And now a 3rd and long, 3rd and nearly 19 for Buholz. On their first drive, 8:10 to go first quarter. Columbia fumbling on their opening possession after picking up a first down on 4th and 3. And Buholz now facing a 3rd down and nearly 19. You see some lightning off to the north, but it seems like it's pretty far away, so hopefully that will stay away.
There's some lightning over to the southeast, but pretty far away as well.
2 receivers each side, 1 back for Whittemore. Now he'll move forward, and flag comes in as he gets up to around the 37 to 36, well short of the first down. Picks up about 7, but there's a flag in the middle of the field. This most probably is going to be holding, I would say, on Buholz, but that would be 4th and about 11, actually. I'm sorry, 20 yards still that they would need for a first down.
Yeah, it's going to be holding on Buholz. Columbia looks like they declined the penalty, so it will still bring up 4th and long. A little too long for a field goal, a little too short to punt, but they're going to send out Reed Russo anyways. Try to get on the board first.
Well, he is the punter as well, so I think that's what they're going to do. They're going to, well.
Yeah, it looks like
you're right. They are going to kick. No, they're going to kick. It does look like that. And no, they're going to punt. Sorry. We're getting back used to this. As Rousseau right near midfield. As I say, that's about a 53-yard field goal in a wet field. So instead, they'll try to pin Columbia deep here. Good snap. And the kick is a wobbly end-over-end kick, and it's caught. Fair catch right around the 11-yard line that time by Amari Farrell, the senior receiver and safety. So Columbia able to force a 3 and punt there defensively. Buholz did pick up a first down, and the bad snap really ruined that drive. A loss of 17. Columbia will start 1st and 10 at their own 12. 7:35 to go first quarter. Well, we are on the prep zone tonight. We want to say hello to Philip Crutchfield, who is our camera operator. Former athletic director at Eastside High is helping us out. Mike Rideout is here. He will bring you a game tomorrow night here from Citizens Field on 106.9 FM in Gainesville between Vanguard and Gainesville High. And Cam will bring you the game tomorrow night on MainStreetDailyNews.com over at Oak Hall and St. Joseph. As on first down, Jefferson turns around and short gain up the middle on the handoff. Let's see who got the carry that time. Number 2, Tony Fulton, the senior fullback. The good news, Cam, is your original game was supposed to be at PK Young. With the weather we're hearing, it would be much better to be at Oak Hall.
Yes.
Tomorrow night.
Had a game at PK Young 2 years ago. It was just cold. They don't have a press box, though, and can't really do a game in there with the rain.
2nd and 8. Again, Jefferson hands off to Fulton, and this time nowhere for Fulton. He's going to lose maybe a couple back to the 12. And it's going to be 3rd down and 10 coming up for Columbia as they try to go a little more conventional running the ball on this drive. Fulton with 2 carries and ends up with no yards total. So 3rd and 10 coming up for Columbia at their 12.
Yeah, that was number 15, Thomas Weinhardt, the junior, on that tackle. Also seeing in there, number 19, Jamarian Reese. A couple new faces on this defense.
Tigers line up with a receiver left, 2 to the right, 1 back to left as the flag comes in, and Jefferson was backing up, ready to make a play. Nope, legal procedure against the Tigers. So now it'll be 3rd and 15. As you mentioned, Buholz, yes, they do have some new faces, but really, as we talked about, a lot of the guys who were leaders last year on this team have returned.
And then bringing in Jaron Hamilton kind of to take that Quan Lee role within the offense. You know, so they, and you know, again, bringing other guys back, kind of like Jakari Kelly, who, you know, he's got a lot of talent as well. Maybe not the offers, but he's a heck of a football player. So a lot of talent still with Buholz, even though they lost guys kind of like Quan Lee.
3rd and 15 now. 3 receivers line up right, 1 left. The back was Fulton to the right of Jefferson, who turns around and hands it off to Fulton, and he's going to get right up the middle to maybe the 9, and that's it. And once again, Buholz stacks up Tony Fulton, and Columbia's got to punt it away. That's a 3 and out there, and the Buholz probably gets good field position here as Creed Whittemore going to be back to return around the 45-yard line of the Tigers.
Now we get to see Creed Whittemore, the athlete. Of course, Florida recruiting him to play receiver. His brother played quarterback at Buholz and now plays receiver for the Gators, so kind of taking a step in Trent the way he did it.
And you're right, Creed started here as a receiver, was basically put in the quarterback role because of an injury 3 years ago, and the rest is history. He's been the quarterback since, but you're right, Florida most likely going to use him as a receiver.
And then back to punt is Tyler Jefferson, so quarterback versus quarterback.
That tells me they either don't have a punter or maybe he, well, we're going to have a flag
delay
back here. Yeah, behind the returner. And you're right, a delay of game. So now Jefferson's going to have to almost be out of the back of the end zone here.
And joining Whittemore back to return is going to be Jakari Kelly, and he's got speed. That's the big thing to his game. He is your stereotypical slot receiver, short, but give him a jet sweep, give him a play out in space, and he's going to make the most of it. And, of course, Creed Whittemore having his own speed.
Oh, high snap. Jefferson, did he step on the back line? Boy, it was close. As a short kick, Intervan going to go out of bounds, and we'll see what the official signals is. This is going to be great field position, though, for Buholz. He is walking out the 35. He's still going right around the 30. I have the 35, but man, oh man, if Tyler Jefferson did not get his back foot on the back line of the end zone, it was really close. That snap was high. And
considering the situation, I think they're glad he just got it off without stepping out of bounds. Or, you know, Buholz had some guys in the backfield ready to block it, so just getting it off and letting your defense have a chance to get a stop is huge.
So the water break coming now with 4:53 to go, opening quarter. Buholz will start on their second drive. No score. Columbia fumbling on their first possession, then a punt on the last drive, and Buholz having to punt as well on their first possession. And they'll take over here at the Columbia 35-yard line. Well, these two teams, again, expected to have big years. Buholz will play in the district this year in that Class 4S with Bartram Trail, Oakleaf, also Creekside, and Fleming Island. So a lot of St. Johns County, Clay County teams and near Jacksonville. Buholz has played in that district before and had a lot of success. Meanwhile, Columbia in their district in 3S will also play some Jacksonville area teams, Middleburg, Orange Park, Ridgeview in that district.
And it's going back to Buholz, even their non-district foes. They got to go to Vanguard to play. They got to go play at Buholz to conclude the season. It's going to be a tough year for the Bobcats schedule-wise, but they've got the talent.
First down at the 35, Whittemore hands it off up the middle, and it's gain off right tackle to about the 31. Has the carry that time by Cutler. And yeah, last year Buholz didn't really shy away from playing, everyone, and they're going to do it again this year. You mentioned that game at Vanguard. That'll be the last week, Friday in September. Mike Rideout will broadcast that game from Booster Stadium in Ocala. That should be a heck of a ball game, Buholz and Vanguard. As you mentioned, Buholz at Buholz in Jacksonville, final week of the regular season, as Whittemore keeps it. Breaks one tackle up the middle, has the first down inside the 25 as he goes off right tackle. And he picks up the first down. As Creed Whittemore.
And that's what he brings to the table as a quarterback. In a game where you're not really going to be able to throw the ball as much. Let me just say, he caught the snap, I blinked, and Creed Whittemore already had the first down.
He's down to the 24, so a gain of 7 on 2nd and 6. First down, Buholz at the 24 of Columbia. 3 receivers left, 1 right, 1 back to the left of Whittemore. 4 minutes to go here, first quarter. Again, it's Cutler up the middle. Tries to break a tackle, gets to around the 20. Nice gain of 4, though, on first down.
Brett Moat, the senior for the Tigers, on the tackle. Also looked like Rashad Bradley, another senior there, as Bradley gets subbed out. But that's what Columbia is going to need tonight with Buholz, getting guys out in space. But, you're going to be hearing Cutler and Whittemore's name a lot running the ball. They need those 6 or 7 guys in the box to really step up and fill their gaps, or else it's going to be a long night.
Second down and about 6 here as Whittemore will keep it himself inside the 15. He's got the first down, takes a hit right inside the 14 near the 13, but it is a first down. Whittemore picks up about 7 on 2nd and 6 again, and it's similar to the last first down. Whittemore picks it up.
Got another QB draw, but great field vision, designed to go up the middle. 3 Columbia guys there, cuts outside, and then in perfect fashion just mows over Brett Moat just to get that extra little punch in and get that extra yardage. But a nice little drive by Buholz, taking advantage of that field position.
First down now at the 13 of Columbia. 2 receivers line up left, 1 right, 1 back, and it is Cutler again, I believe, taking the handoff. Not much gain that time, maybe a yard to the 12. We are at 2:40 and counting. Quick moving first quarter. If you're just joining us, we kicked off around 8:15, about an hour and 15 minutes behind the scheduled kickoff time due to weather, heavy rain and lightning here in the Gainesville area. We are at Citizens Field in Gainesville, opening night of high school football for 2022, Thursday night football here on the Prep Zone. 2nd and 9, 3 receivers left, 2 right, 5 wide. Empty backfield for Whittemore, and the ball is again on the ground. He's going to move back to the 25. Now he's going to run it 20 back to the 15. He does as much as he can there, as again the snap that time was rolled back to Creed Whittemore. And he's going to pick up nothing there. 3rd down and about 7 or 8. But it could have been worse.
A snap over their head, over Whittemore's head. The last drive was pretty much what ended it. This time Whittemore getting something out of nothing with the snap right at his ankles. A good job picking it up and at least getting back to the line of scrimmage to keep this drive alive.
3rd down, 7 now, about 8, and close to 8. 3 receivers again left, 2 right, 5 wide with no backs, empty backfield. Whittemore. Flag comes in as he takes the snap, and it's going to be legal procedure movement against Buholz. Coming in from the line judge there, so now it'll bring up a 3rd and 13, and this time, you're right, Cam, Buholz is definitely in field goal range here, although, with this field the way it is, you never know. Nothing is for sure.
Yeah, we were watching, Columbia try to kick some field goals in. It wasn't too pretty to start because of the rain, and understandably so.
Yeah, they were kicking into that towards that north end zone too, warming up. So 3rd and 13, back at the 16-yard line. Whittemore, again, 3 left, receivers left, 2 right, looking to throw. Now he stops. He's going to run, and he's going to get down to around the 10-yard line, and that's it. So Whittemore that time looking for a receiver. Nobody was open, so he kept it. And he's well short of the first down. It's going to be 4th down at about 7, and that will bring the field goal unit onto the field. We'll see Reed Rousseau try to put Buholz on the board. This is going to be a 27-yard field goal. Line of scrimmage is the 10. Whittemore is the holder.
Yeah, Russo only attempted 1 field goal last year. A 26-yarder didn't make it. Went 4 for 5 on PATs.
Yeah, they graduated a good kicker from last year to Buholz. Russo kind of came on later in the year. Whittemore, good snap, good hold. Kick looks pretty good, end over end, and it is good. Straight through. 1:11, clock still running. 1:10 to go first quarter, and Buholz is on the board. 27-yard field goal by Reed Rousseau. They lead Columbia 3-0.
A good start taking advantage of the the great field position, poor field position given up by Columbia, and Buholz just taking advantage of it. Sure, they would have liked to get in the end zone, but considering the circumstances with the wet field, wet balls, and just everything else going on, Getting that ball in the uprights is big, especially when the Columbia offense really hasn't gotten anything so far tonight.
Yeah, and really, if you're Columbia, probably pretty happy with your defense there, because that drive started for Buholz at the Tiger 35. So they end up holding at least to a field goal. And once again, there was a penalty and a bad snap, which also cost Buholz in the opening drive. 1:10 left here, opening quarter. Buholz will kick it away to the Columbia Tigers. Opening week of high school football here in the area. Tomorrow night, Vanguard in Gainesville here at Citizens Field. We mentioned Buholz will play Vanguard in about a month. That game will be down in Ocala. Buholz next week is going to welcome Sarasota Riverview, and always a good program on Friday night. As Rousseau kicks it off, end-over-end kick is returnable. It's going to hit at the 10, and then be taken up to about the 10. That is Cooper again, and Cooper able to break a few tackles, gets up to 35. Balls on the field again, though. Did we see a flag in the back behind him? Nope. I saw them throw a flag, but Buholz recovers, and that's too bad because that was a nice return that time, up to about the 34, but for the second time in the quarter, Columbia fumbles.
Yeah, again, another nice return, and they're waving the flag. That's going to be Bobcat football.
Yeah, I thought there was a flag back there, but official picked it up pretty quickly. Boy, Buholz is going to start. They started the last drive at the Columbia 35. This time they're going to start at the Tigers 34. And for Columbia in this opening quarter, -2 in turnovers, 2 fumbles.
And again, that was a nice return by Jalen Cooper. Cut up the middle. All he had to beat was Donnie Hebert, who was standing right there, and he kind of slipped. Hebert dived at him and was able to just knock the ball out just barely enough to where it hit the ground, and Buholz falls on it. Great defense and special teams being played tonight by the Bobcats. We'll see if the offense can catch up a little bit.
So Whittemore will come back out at quarterback. 34-yard line this drive starts. 2 receivers left, 1 right. 1 back to the left of Whittemore. That's Cutler, who will take the handoff, and he'll head off right tackle to maybe the 32. Gain of about 2 on first down. As we're under a minute to go here, opening quarter. Quick moving period with Buholz up 3-0, and they have forced 2 turnovers from Columbia in the opening period.
Again, not surprised, but necessarily by all the fumbles. Not because the teams fumbled the ball, but again, the weather and the field condition. It seems to only really be affecting Columbia so far. We'll see how they respond.
And pass caught in the left flat, breaking a tackle down to the 30. That is Jakari Kelly that time. The senior making the catch, and he is going to go out of bounds. Not much gain there to the 31, maybe 2. It's going to be 3rd down and about 6 coming up.
Kenny Fulton, number 20, the corner, kind of strung it outside, and then Jaden Robinson was right there too, ready to make the tackle. But Kelly stepped out of bounds. But that's what Kelly does well. If you just get quick passes to him out in space, he's going to get those chunks of yards. Sets up Buholz with a 3rd and 5.
3rd and 5 at the 30. 3 receivers right, 2 left, and Whittemore will keep it up the middle. Ooh, takes a big hit. Going to be short of the first down up to the 26 as the tackle made. That's Tony Fulton putting the hit on him. We'll see. Oh, pardon me. That was Tyrell Peterson. And that's going to bring us to the end of the first quarter. And a decision here for Mark Whittemore. 4th down and close to 2 for the Bobcats at the Columbia 27. And probably will go for this when we return. But at the end of the first quarter, Buholz 3 and Columbia nothing. With Cam Parker, I'm Marty Paulman. Our camera operator tonight, Philip Crutchfield. Mike Rideout is here as well. We'll return to Citizens Field for the second quarter in a moment. Go ahead. Take a break. as we start the second quarter. It'll be 4th down and about a yard and a half here for Buholz as they now will move left to right towards the south end zone in the second quarter. Buholz leading Columbia 3-0.
Yeah, I imagine that this is going to go. It's either going to be a diver or QB keeper. Simple as that.
Yeah, I would think so too. Whittemore with a back, Cutler to his right, and now actually looks and throws over the middle to Kelly, and Kelly breaks a tackle. 25 has the first down. Still on the move, 20.
How about that?
Now still going to the 15. Boy, Jakari Kelly tough running that time. And we were wrong. They called a screen pass to Kelly.
Coach Witt must be a psychic and heard, what we thought it was going to be and said, hold up now. And a screen to Jakari Kelly. And a good setup, too. A nice bubble screen across the middle. Looking like it was going to be a swing pass to Cutler, and Kelly just making the most of it again. Get him out in space, and he's going to do special things.
So gain of 12 down to the 14. 1st and 10. Buholz at the Columbia 14. They line up 3 receivers right, 1 left. Back is Cutler, as Cutler will take the handoff and up towards the 10. Takes a hit right at the 10-yard line, a gain of 4.
Tyrell Peterson putting a nice hit on Cutler, filling his gap as the middle linebacker. But again, that Buholz offensive line, those big bodies, they do a good job of opening up those holes and just getting chunks of yards. Buholz may not necessarily get those, 70-yard touchdowns like they did last week or these big plays, but they're going to get those chunks, and it's because that offensive line does a great job of creating those gaps.
2nd and 6 now from the 10-yard line. 3 receivers left, 2 right. Or 2 left, 3 right, pardon me. Empty backfield. Whittemore rolls right. Whittemore calls the receiver toward him now at the 15, going to run it to the 10. And he is diving for the first down down there. Not sure if he...
Looks like he did. He's going to be about 3 yards short of the goal line.
But he has a first down. It looks like it'll be 1st and goal. Yep, at the 3. So 1st and goal, Buholz. Up to the 3 as Whittemore that time picks up about 7. And a little bit of confusion you can tell as Creed looks to the sideline and his father, Coach Mark Whittemore, calls him in for a timeout. 10:39 to go second quarter, and Buholz with 1 timeout remaining now, leading 3-0. Well, we mentioned that tomorrow night Mike Rideout will be here for Vanguard and Gainesville High. That's a 7 o'clock kick. That'll be the high school game of the week on 106.9 FM in Gainesville. Cam will be at Oak Hall and St. Joseph tomorrow night over at Oak Hall School. And on Monday night, we will bring you the 2nd edition of the Prep Zone Football Hour. First edition this past week with myself, Marty Paulman, Mike Rideout, and Philip Crutchfield. This week we'll have a couple guests. We will have the voice of Fort White High School, Shane Morgan, will join us. That's Monday night, 7 to 8 at theprepzone.com. And we're going to try to do that every Monday. Last night, the Prep Zone Sports Show, inaugural show of the year at Sonic in Gainesville, as Mike Rideout and Philip Crutchfield hosted the St. Francis Catholic football team as they will open their season on Friday. A long trip for them down to Largo to play Indian Rocks Christian. Their new coach, though, taking over as Scott McDaniel, now the athletic director of the Wolves. That was last night at Sonic. You can see that archived as well. All right, Whittemore will go under center this time on 1st and goal. And hands it off right tackle, looking to the end zone. I don't think he made it. That was number 15 that time. Thomas. Well, it's going to be just short of the one way. Thomas Weinhardt is listed as a defensive end and linebacker, and he got the carry there. And this is going to cause Columbia to call their first time out defensively, as it's going to be 2nd and about a half yard to go for Buholz with 10:08 to go second quarter.
Yeah, they bring in the heavy set here. Both Gavin Hill and Kenwell Jackson coming in to act as tight ends and fullbacks. Also bringing in the actual fullback, Kevin Bradley, number 23, another senior. And they were just going to bring the heavyweights and play that old style, pound it down your throat football. Bringing in 3 linebackers and defensive ends for that play.
And maybe even inside the half-yard line. That might be the 4-inch line or something there. But Yep, playing a little bit of smash mouth football that time. Buholz, and they're looking to extend this 3-0 lead. Again, the first quarter, the only scoring was a 27-yard field goal by Reed Rousseau. Columbia fumbled twice. They turned it over twice in the opening period.
They're going to have the same set, but also look on the outside right there, number 22, Jaron Hamilton. He's on an island one-on-one. And could Buchholz throw the ball? They threw the ball on fourth down when we didn't think that they were going to.
Whittemore goes under center, and he's just going to keep it this time. And we think he'd be in. He didn't need much. Shot went off right tackle. Mark Whittemore signaling touchdown.
There it is.
And there it is. And Creed Whittemore with a 1-yard run. Buholz now with a 9-0 lead. 9:50 to go here, 9:49. The clock is still running. Still running. Now they stop it at 9:45 to go here in the second quarter.
Again, good play call, keeping it simple, not pulling a Seahawks in the Super Bowl. You have the ball inside the 1. Just let your guy take that 1 step forward and get in. And Creed Whittemore, a good play right there. And we know he likes to lower his shoulder, and he may be the only quarterback with experience for the Bobcats. They may tell him, slide, but he's going to get down and get contact. Good job lowering his shoulder and getting the Bobcats to extend their lead.
Rousseau for the extra point with Whittemore the holder. Good snap, good hold, and he boots it through to the south end zone. And now a 10-0 Buholz lead as the Bobcats have dominated so far. Now, on that drive, it started after the fumbled punt there at the Columbia 34, so kind of a short field. And capped off by a 1-yard touchdown run by Creed Whittemore, his first of the 2022 season. Last year, his quarterback threw for 24 touchdowns, only 6 interceptions. He ran for another 9 more touchdowns.
At 2,800 total yards by Whittemore, over 2,000 passing, over 750 rushing. If you look at his career stats, man, they are something else.
Yeah.
Approaching 4,000 yards passing, over 60% completion percentage, almost 50 touchdown passes, 10 interceptions, in his career record as a starter, 20-3.
That's impressive, too.
That coming in as a sophomore who played receiver to become the starting quarterback for the Bobcats, lead them deep into the playoffs, come back to for his junior season to lead them to the state semifinal. Creed Whittemore might go down as an all-time Bobcat by the time this season's over.
And again, a kid originally was not going to be quarterback, and is not going to be a quarterback at the next level most likely. So, but he's put up some really good numbers. Excuse me. Rousseau slips as he kicks this one. Line drive, and it's caught right at the 5. 10, 15, 20. This is Cooper again, cutting outside to the 25, up towards the 30. Going to be about the 27, 28-yard line. Again, Jalen Cooper with the return.
And again, actually dropped the ball, but hit the ground before that happened.
Yeah, that was a mistake there by Rousseau. He slipped and kicked the line drive, and you're right, Cooper had to catch. It was almost like one of the Tampa Bay Rays, the shortstop there, trying to make a play. Ball was kicked pretty hard there. So the return gets to the 29-yard line.
Yeah, and Coach Whittemore talking to Rousseau on the sideline. You can kind of see his demeanor. He's a little annoyed, but he understands that, hey, the field, you can only get so much with it. And they're actually going to make a change at quarterback for Columbia. In comes Evan Umstead, number 16, a junior. Will be coming in for Tyler Jefferson.
2 receivers right, 1 left, as the handoff goes to Fulton, and, well, Fulton goes nowhere again as he once again, for the 3rd time in this first half, runs into Kendall Jackson.
Yeah, this kid is a star, and he's only going to get better. Already a Florida offer, already a Miami offer. And he was impressive last year. 29 total tackles, 5 sacks, again, as a sophomore.
Yep, the no gain on the play for Fulton. As you mentioned, Cam Umstead, the quarterback, now, as he has running backs on each side. He'll take the snap, look right, throw towards the sideline, and a flag comes in as the pass, I believe it may have been caught. to about the 32. Good coverage over there on the sideline, but what are we going to have? This is coming back. Pass interference on Buholz.
Looks like that was number 7, Jordan Moore, the corner, the junior. It looks like when they were running that hitch route, he came in just a little bit too early and actually bumped the receiver. I believe that was Camden Fryer, the FSU commit, into the ball. I think it was a catch for about 4 yards, but
I think it was Kevin Young, number 10. But you're right, Fryer, number 12, is out there. So this is going to give Columbia, well, officially their first down. They converted a 4th down on their opening drive, but Tyler Jefferson fumbled after getting the first down. So first down up to Columbia at their 44, running back right of Umstead. 3 receivers up on right, looks to throw deep down the right sideline. That is looking for Fryer, and very close to a catch, incomplete at the 30, and a flag coming in, and that is going to be, I guess that's going to be defensive holding or pass interference against Buholz again.
Yeah, again, Jordan Moore. A good read by Umstead, seeing, his star receiver for the night, one-on-one deep. If you're any quarterback, you take that shot. And a good throw leading his receiver, and as Jordan Moore just had one hand on it, yanked back, and Fryer couldn't bring it in. But back-to-back pass interferences by the Bobcats puts Columbia across the 50-yard line for the first time tonight.
Yeah, one-on-one down the right sideline there, and that is called against Moore. So Fryer lines up to the left side this time. The right. 3 receivers up, and there is Fryer. They were trying to get it to him, and Umstead throws it behind Camden Fryer. Camden Fryer played baseball and football at Swanee. Good player there. Now is here at Columbia. And that's Umstead's first pass attempt. Well, second, pardon me.
Yeah, Buholz making a little switch here, putting Jakari Kelly out on that side where Jordan Moore was. He's one-on-one right now with Camden Fryer. And again, Columbia, they are without one of their top receivers, Trey Tolliver, multiple Division I commits. He's not playing tonight, so if they're going to throw the ball, it's going to be a lot to that FSU commit.
Second down for the Buholz 41. Umstead rolls right, pressure coming, and now he's in some trouble, able to slide. Oh, and he takes a hit. That's going to be a late hit out of bounds as well, this time on Buholz, and it looked like hitting him late that time. That was Jalen Powell, number 3. Kendall Jackson was once again on the pursuit of Umstead, but Buholz on this drive this will be their 3rd penalty, so helping Columbia along here. And Umstead just trying to slide, took a hit out of bounds right on the Columbia sideline.
A smart play by Umstead, just getting outside, evading Kendall Jackson, and Jackson's been in the backfield all night. A good job just sliding, trying to stay alive and get outside. But another big penalty on the Bobcats, costing them yardage. That's 3 big penalties, 2 pass interferences, and now a late hit.
So all 15-yard penalties. This down to the 26 now of the Bobcats. 3 receivers left, 1 right, 1 back. Umstead hands it off. Actually keeps it, rolls left, looking for a receiver on the sideline, and it's caught. One-handed, it's a touchdown. My goodness, I thought that was going to be holding on Buholz. And how about Dalen Bradley, number 4, the senior, making the catch as he was being harassed right near the pylon by number 12 for the Bobcats. That was, well, either way, it's a touchdown.
Yeah, Cameron Boykin,
sorry, yeah. So what a throw by Umstead, right on the money, and a one-handed catch for the touchdown.
What a drive, too. I mean, coming in, the offense not really having anything going for them. And he comes in right away, and he's not afraid to take shots downfield, getting 2 pass interferences. And then when he scrambles, putting his body on the line and taking the late hit, you know what? Doesn't matter. Comes right back very next play, throws a beautiful pass to that front pylon, and a nice catch, and Columbia's on the board.
It's a 26-yard touchdown pass. As Orlando Dominguez, a sophomore kicker for the extra point. Low kick, but it is through. And Columbia answering this time. The Buholz touchdown. They get one of their own. 8:22 to go, second quarter. Our score now is Buholz 10 and Columbia 7.
So now this will be really the first drive where, barring a really good kick return, that Buholz has, I guess, for lack of a better word, normal field position. Well, what I'm curious about is, can Buholz get a long drive? They haven't had one all night because they haven't had to need one.
Yeah,
but we'll see. This is really going to be the first time we truly get to see just how Columbia's defense does with a regular drive.
Yeah, that drive, sorry.
Yeah, can they get a stop?
For the Tigers, that was nearly an 80-yard drive, although, again, 3 15-yard penalties against the Bog. That's 45 yards right there. And then the 26-yard touchdown pass. Umstead coming in and leading a touchdown drive on his first drive of the game, too. 26 yards to Dalen Bradley. So, as you said, Cam, will finally see Buholz probably starting on their side of the field. It's Dominguez, short kick. It's going to hit at the 20 and die in the mud. Picked up now around left side up to the 30. And, well, down to the 34. Columbia, good pursuit that time. Darren Hamilton was the returner. And this, as you said, Buholz will start on their side of the field at the 34. 8:14 to go second quarter, and we got a ball game now. Buholz 10, Columbia 7.
And with Buholz now having, I guess, a regular drive, we'll see what play calls they come up with. But I don't really expect them to change even with the difference of field position. What's working for them has been those runs, those quick passes out of space, getting guys like Quentin Cutler out. We'll see what they come up with here.
3 receivers left, 1 right, 1 back to the left of Whittemore. Whittemore looking deep on the sideline, has a receiver. Hamilton open. Oh, and he takes a big hit at the 37, and it's incomplete. And how about the hit there late by Amari Farrell? That is quite a play. Hamilton going up in the air, and Farrell just absolutely dislodged the ball from him.
Looking like Major Wright in the national championship game. The 3-star Indiana commit coming across the field. Getting Division I talent on that one. Whittemore, the UF commit, throwing it to Hamilton, who has an Alabama offer, and then the Indiana commit with a nice hit.
Also,
what a hit.
Also in the coverage there was number 23. That was Markayan Moore, but that pass was over his head. Hamilton caught it and then got hit by Farrell. Second down, Whittemore keeps it 40, 45 to midfield. Look out here. There he goes to the 40, 30, 20, he is gone. Touchdown, Buholz. And, well, when in doubt, let Creed Whittemore run it. 66 yards to the house. It's his second rushing touchdown of the period, and Buholz, just like that, in 2 plays, sends the lead back to 16-7.
And that's what he does so special, and that's why he's going to be a good receiver when he goes and plays for the Gators, is plays like that out in space. He's got a pretty good arm, but it's his legs that what stand out the most. And again, just finding that gap to the outside, one cut, breaking ankles. But also, how about Jakari Kelly on the outside holding that block? And Whittemore doing the rest with his legs. His second touchdown of the game, second of the year.
A 1-yarder and a 66-yarder as Rousseau's extra point is through out of the hold of Creed Whittemore. And that drive, well, the Columbia drive before that took 1:23 seconds. This drive takes 34 seconds and 2 plays. And Buholz right back on the board. Second drive in a row that's ended up in a touchdown. And they lead back to 10 with 7:48 to go second quarter. And you're right, Cam, about that. There is no catching Creed Whittemore when he gets open like that. He's just gone.
Yeah, his brother Trent, a pretty good receiver at Florida, known for kind of acrobatic catches. But I bet if you line those two up in a race, Creed Whittemore is going to beat him 9 out of 10 times. And it's just going to be the time that Trent wins is on that 10th time when Creed is gassed. But he's got speed. I mean, he is a tremendous athlete. And again, as soon as he just has 2 yards of space surrounding him, he can make a touchdown out of that.
Yeah, that time went around the left tackle and broke a couple tackles around the 45, and once he got past midfield, he was gone. So Rousseau will kick it off. The Buholz lead back to 10, 17-7. 7:48 to go here second quarter as the Bobcats answer the Tigers touchdown. And again, this is returnable at the he dropped it again on the 5-yard line. And now slipping at the 10, that's it. To the 10-yard line, and it's been a tough half for Jalen Cooper returning, and that time dropped the ball for the 3rd time we've seen in this half, and he only gets to the 10-yard line.
And kicker Reed Rousseau earning some high fives on the sidelines after that last kickoff was a line drive. And Coach Whittemore had to kind of talk to him on the sideline. Nice kick there, but as you said, a tough night returning for Jalen Cooper. Not necessarily because of bad returns, but just holding on to the football. A fumble earlier in the game, a fumble right there. And it's been a tough night for number 8.
Well, you're looking at those Columbia jerseys. Those nice, clean, white jerseys. It's
Yes.
the first game of the season, and they're already getting mud all over the place here. That's why you wear black like Buholz does on a night like this.
I remember when I played over with Merritt Island Christian. Based on what field we were playing at, determined if we wore blue pants or white pants.
Oh, wow. All
for
right.
away games.
Umstead will be back in at quarterback. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Backs on each side. Pass over the middle. Oh, it should have been intercepted at the 32, and that was not a good decision by Umstead, as he was looking for Bradley again, but he underthrew his receiver, and very nearly picked off that time by Jalen Powell, number 3.
And again, a good play by Powell, dropping back in coverage, kind of from that star outside linebacker position, kind of undercut the pass a little bit. And I'll be honest, it looked like it was going to be a little bit more of an underthrow, but undercut it a little too much, but nonetheless, good reaction to get a hand up and knock it down.
Second down from the 10. 3 receivers right, 1 left. Umstead pass. Oh, again, nearly picked. And that time it was over on the left side, and jumping the route that time was Amari Shepard nearly. And if he picks that off, a good chance he might get to the end zone.
Yeah, either he doesn't get in the end zone or he gets very close and Creed Whittemore punches it in a couple plays later.
Well, that's 2 passes Umstead was able to get away with on this drive. 3rd and 10. Polton the back to the right of Umstead. 2 receivers again left, 1 right. Columbia heading right to left towards the north end zone here in the second quarter. Umstead now rolls right. Pressure coming. Lobs one. Oh, that's a dangerous pass, and that is intercepted. To the 20, 15. Jakari Kelly is going to the end zone. Touchdown, Buholz. Ethan Umstead tried one too many of those, and that time he lobbed it up now on the left sideline, and Jakari Kelly picks it off, takes it to the end zone for a score.
Again, just pressure creating turnovers. We've seen that from the Bobcats plenty of times last year. You know, Kendall Jackson and Gavin Hill getting in the backfield, not making the tackle, but forcing bad throws. And when you have a guy like Jakari Kelly as a defensive back, he's going to make special things happen as soon as he gets a pick. Jumped the route beautifully, found a gap just like when he's a receiver, and took it to the house. And the Buholz just like that now, up by 3 scores.
And with 7:05 to go here, second quarter, as Rousseau looks to make it 24-7. And low kick, but it is more than enough to get through the uprights. And the Bobcats score 2 touchdowns in 43 seconds. 66-yard run by Creed Whittemore, an interception return, around 25 yards by Jakari Kelly. And yeah, you're right, Cam, that you kind of had the feeling Umstead got really lucky on first and second down, but on third down, he literally just lobbed one up in the middle of the field, and that time Buholz, after dropping 2 interceptions, picks that off, as you said, Kelly, and he went right through the middle of the field. Nice run back for the score.
Yeah, hindsight comes in 2020, but when you have
or in
guys
2022.
like in 2022, but when you have guys in the backfield like Kendall Jackson and Gavin Hill chasing you down, that hindsight kind of goes away when you're a quarterback and you try to make something happen, especially knowing that your first 2 plays very well could have ended in an interception. That pressure just gets so much higher.
Yeah, you remember a year ago, Buholz's defense was really dominant. In fact, they didn't allow many touchdowns at all, and almost as if that Columbia touchdown drive just made their defense mad.
Yeah, that's what you expect out of a veteran group like that. You know, and a team who is itching to get back to the state semifinals and need to get a state championship under this new classification. You know, when bad plays happen, getting angry instead of backing down.
Rousseau and Fryer back to return this time at the 5, up to the 10, 15, slips a little bit to the 20, and he breaks a tackle up to around the 20. That's about it. So that time, Columbia sent Camden Fryer back there to return. And he will get right back to the 20-yard line. This drive will start with 6:50 to go, second quarter. And Columbia now needs a drive, down 24-7.
Yeah, again, they kind of had that spark with that long touchdown drive. But again, 45 of that 80 yards came off of penalties. So really Columbia, with the success they've had, to come directly off of Buholz mistakes. That last drive, the only mistake Buholz made was dropping an interception twice. And now Tyler Jefferson actually is going to come back in at quarterback for Umstead.
Yeah, Jefferson has struggled a bit. Columbia now with 3 turnovers in this first half. Jefferson takes the snap and breaks 1 tackle off left tackle, picks up 5 to the 25. One of the better running plays so far tonight for the Tigers. They have not had much luck running the ball.
And that's what Jefferson does so well. That's what he did for Hawthorne last year, a team that ran the ball so much, was just letting Jefferson go to the right, left, and up the middle on power runs. And that's why he had over 700 yards rushing and 16 touchdowns last year.
Gain of 5. Jefferson with a running back to his left. 3 receivers left, 1 right. Will keep it again and does have the first down up to the 32 that time, a gain of 7. So back-to-back keepers by Tyler Jefferson picks up a first down. Columbia at their 32.
And same play, power to the left. Good job by the Columbia offensive line, spreading apart the Buholz defensive line and giving their quarterback a chance to get chunks of yards. When you're down big like this, sure, the big plays and those 70-yard touchdowns and all of that is special, and it really helps to get back into it, but you got to get those 5 yards on those little plays just to get back some room, and Tyler Jefferson doing a good job of that in the first 2 plays of this drive.
So the water break coming now with 6:10 to go, second quarter. And a 24-7 lead. First down coming up for Columbia. Well, we started about an hour and 15 minutes later than we were expected to, but the good news is we started. And right now this game nearing halftime, halfway through the second quarter, 6:10 to go. As Buholz now with a 24-7 lead as we have the water break. This will be a first down for the Tigers of Columbia at their 32. Opening game of the 2022 high school football season here in North Central Florida. 2 receivers again, left, 1 right. Jefferson takes a snap, looking deep, looking down the right sideline, and incomplete, and that's step-for-step coverage that time. Yeah. Who's he trying to get it to? Is that Fryer again?
Yeah, it looked like he was going to, again, another shot deep to Camden Fryer. This time, Jordan Moore back in that backside cornerback spot, doing a good job staying, as you said, stride for stride. Moore had 2 pass interference calls against him that last drive, but doing a good job that time of playing good defense, staying stride for stride. They're going to sub him out and bring in Jakari Kelly.
Yeah, that was actually Benton Edge, number 18, sophomore receiver for Columbia. And again, that pass broken up, so 2nd and 10. Jordan Moore, as you said, on the coverage. 3 receivers again left, or to the right, pardon me. 1 left, 1 back, as Jefferson is going to get hit and dropped, and he'll maybe lose a yard, maybe back to the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, trying to read option where Jefferson goes up the middle. But he wasn't going to get anywhere. Gavin Hill, the Florida commit, in the backfield. Hill's kind of had a bit of a quiet night so far. He's been playing mostly at the nose tackle position rather than outside where he usually played. But that time getting past the block and doing a good job of slowing Jefferson down.
3rd and 10, no gain on that play. 3 receivers left, 1 right. Jefferson looks, now he's going to run, and he's going to get stopped right at the 30. Boy.
How about that?
And guess who again? We've mentioned his name quite a bit here in the first half. That's Kendall Jackson. And it was almost as if Jefferson looked like he had some space and then just ran into a brick wall, literally, in Kendall Jackson.
And on that lineup, they had Kendall Jackson and Gavin Hill inside at the defensive tackle spots. Those 2 guys, they normally play outside, but when you have mountains at 6'4" and 240, pushing 250-plus pounds in there, you're not going to get much. And a good job. As you said, Jefferson just ran into a wall and couldn't get anywhere. Now the Tigers are going to have to punt.
Loss of 2, so 4th and 12. And as you said, punter on the field. It's still Tyler Jefferson. He'll punt from around the 15-yard line. Back to return for Buholz at the 40 is Creed Whittemore. Oh, pressure coming. Jefferson gets the kickoff. It's a little short. Going to hit in the middle of the field and take a Columbia roll down inside the 30 and end up around the 28. They had about 15 yards of roll or so there. So not a bad punt by Tyler Jefferson. Buholz will start this drive from their 28. 4:20 to go, second quarter in men. Cam, if you score a touchdown here, I'm not saying it's over, but it's kind of close.
Yeah.
Even though you have a whole half to go, we have not seen Columbia consistently offensively tonight. They can't seem to figure out who their quarterback is. Olmstead throws a touchdown the first drive, then he throws a pick six on the next drive, and then Tyler Jefferson has already had a couple fumbles. So it's been a rough half for Columbia offensively.
And then even defensively, too. I mean, of course, you have the really bad field position, good for Buholz, and Buholz takes advantage of it. But when you finally get that regular drive, Creed Whittemore breaks open a 66-yard touchdown rush to open up this game. And, you know, Columbia needs a stop here desperately, and they need a 3-and-out. They can't let Buholz have a long, sustained drive.
First down, Whittemore rolling right. Now directs traffic. Oh, the pass is caught at the 47.
What a grab.
You're right, what a grab. Looked like it was going to be overthrown, and coming in, making the play of the day so far, number 13 for the Bobcats. That is R.J. Livingston, a sophomore. He's got a first down to the 47.
And Whittemore doing a good job of directing traffic, rolling out. Tremendous job by the Buholz offensive line, holding their blocks. But as Whittemore's rolling out, he's telling Livingston, get outside, and puts a nice throw on it, and a great reaction to Livingston, by Livingston diving for that ball.
Gain of 18, first down Buholz from their 47. Two receivers left, one right. A handoff goes to Cutler, and a gain of maybe a yard or two on first down as the clock runs down at 3:40 remaining before halftime.
Rashad Bradley, number 9, the defensive end for Columbia in there first, cleaned up by LaCosta Bird, sophomore linebacker, number 11. Bring up 2nd and 8.
Right at the 49-yard line. And again, it'll be Cutler off left tackle to the 48 and into Columbia territory, gain of about 3 more.
Just little chunks of yards right there by Quentin Cutler, setting up a 3rd and 5. What I've seen on those last 2 plays is Columbia, the front 7, finally filling their gaps, staying true to their home and making good plays. That time, it's Javante Sullivan, the senior nose tackle, in there on the stop. His first tackle of the night.
So it'll be 3rd down and about 5 at the 47. 48-yard line, 2:30, clock running. Buholz has a timeout left. Columbia 2 remaining in the first half. Whittemore, a little lob caught. 45 has the first down. That's Jaron Hamilton that time down to the 35, and they try a little screen on 3rd and about 5 and pick up 12 yards.
Again, this Buholz offense, as much as we've seen Whittemore kind of take some shots down the field over the last 2 seasons, this team is built on speed. Get it to your playmakers quickly and let them go. Whittemore on the read options in the keepers. Quentin Cutler, quick handoffs. And then Jakari Kelly and Jaron Hamilton, quick screen passes and short routes. Just get it to your guys and let them go.
First down again at the Columbia 35. And Whittemore rolls. Whittemore at the 40, and he'll head out of bounds around the 35. Short gain that time for Creed Whittemore.
Forced out of bounds by fellow UF commit Jaden Robinson. Robinson wearing bright orange gloves tonight. Can't see if there's a Gator logo on them or not, but bright orange nonetheless. But a good play again by Robinson, coming backside to chase down Whittemore, just forcing him out of bounds to bring up 2nd and 9.
Second and 9, the clock at 1:41 to go as Cutler breaks one tackle.
What a hit.
Takes a hit at the 31-yard line.
Jaden Robinson again. Good cut by Quentin Cutler, cutting up the field to get a couple yards, but Jaden Robinson out of nowhere putting a smack on the running back. Although this Columbia defense has had a relatively quiet night, If there's anyone on this team that's going to keep them in this game, it's Jaden Robinson.
Third down, about 6 yards coming up. Clock running near a minute to go in the half. Whittemore with 3 receivers left, 2 right. Empty backfield again with 5 wide. Now right at a minute to go. Need to get to the 25 of Columbia for a first down as Whittemore looks left quickly. Pass is caught on the flat. 25, 21st down. And again, just a simple play there. And that is James Williams, number 4, with the catch that time as Buholz continues to get everyone involved, it seems like, in the passing game. That's down to the 19, gain of about 7 on 3rd and 6.
And another senior receiver on this team.
Sorry, picked up 12, my bad. All right, first down at the 20. Whittemore now sends the receiver in motion. That's Williams. 3 receivers right, 1 left. Whittemore rolls right, lobs one towards the end zone, overthrows his receiver down inside the 5. It was closer to the Columbia defenders. Jakari Kelly is who he was looking for. Now the clock all the way down to 20.8 seconds now.
Yeah, Whittemore wanted Kelly to keep running, kind of run that corner route to the front pylon. And that area was open, and Kelly just kind of turned around because he was in open space running that curl route. But Whittemore wanted him to keep going and was expecting him to keep going and lobbed it to no one. Just simple miscommunication, but lucky that there wasn't a Tiger safety just standing back there ready for it.
5 wide this time, 3 right, 2 left. No backs with Whittemore on second down from the 20. Rolls right. Now he will lob it over the middle, caught down to the 10 and taking a hit. But down, getting the first down. Nice play there by, once again, Livingston. He takes a big hit immediately from Jaden Robinson, was able to bounce off it. And now the clock stops, 9.9 to go. It's first and goal at the 9.
Here.
Yeah, they do. Only 1 timeout left, and Whittemore will do that. The clock is still running. It's still running. They lost about 3 seconds there. And this is supposed to be the home clock here at Citizens Field. But
yeah, the officials, they're going to point up and put time back on the clock. The Buholz coach is next to us saying they lost about 5 seconds.
Maybe 5. Yeah, you're right.
It's about right. But
looks like Whittemore taking a break down there.
Just
might as well.
While they figure out this issue. But nonetheless, a good play right there by Livingston. Only a sophomore. And there's not many guys who can simply bounce off a hit from Jaden Robinson and reach forward and get that first down. 2 big plays already in this game and a big one right there to set up first and goal. They're going to put about 4 seconds back on the clock, make it 7 complete, and now Buholz is going to take a timeout.
Yeah, that's our last timeout. So with 7 seconds to go, it'll be second and goal near the 9-yard line of Columbia. So if you're Buholz here, you got to think maybe try one to the end zone and then kick a field goal, I guess, here. You better hurry. I mean, there's only 7 seconds, no timeouts. But you can do a play in about 5 seconds probably, and then get the kicker Rousseau on the field for what will only be about a 26-yarder. He made a 27-yarder earlier.
Well, the big thing is it can't be a short pass. It can't be a play where that sets up a touchdown. It's got to be a touchdown play where Whittemore, either the guy's wide open in the end zone or you throw it out of bounds and let Rousseau come out and kick it. But the good thing for Buholz is they get the ball back to start the second half.
That's right.
So you're not necessarily, obviously you're up 17, but you're not too upset if you don't get a touchdown here and you settle for a field goal because your offense comes right back on the field to start that third quarter. But as you said, I'm watching Jakari Kelly, number 9 in the slot on the right here, see if they can get him out in space. Jaron Hamilton is at the top of the field. But I'm watching Kelly right here. He's had a pretty solid night, and he seems like who Whittemore's been favoring.
And he lines up in the slot to the right is Kelly. One back to the right of Whittemore. 2 receivers each side. Second and goal from the 9. Whittemore rolls right, lobs one towards the end zone. It's intercepted. Oh, my goodness. So Buholz, well, as you said, Cam, they're going to get the ball to start the second half, and that was a mistake. Whittemore tried to force it into the corner. Who was he looking for? I couldn't quite see.
It was Kelly.
It was Kelly. Sure enough, you were right. It was picked off for Columbia by number 9, right? Rashad Bradley? Or was it number?
Yeah, I think it was number 9, Rashad Bradley. But again, just as I said, that corner route to Kelly in the end zone. And Whittemore, something happened where Kelly wasn't looking back, and Whittemore wanted to throw it early. Just, again, miscommunication on that corner route. And Whittemore and his dad talking on the sideline. You can see both are visibly upset at the situation. Here, Coach Witt has his arms around his son, but again, just miscommunication on that corner route. And it cost the Bobcats points. But again, up 17 at the half and getting the ball back, you still must feel pretty good if you're the home team.
Yeah, first turnover of the half for Buholz. They did force 3 Columbia turnovers, and the Bobcats take a 24-7 lead into the halftime break over Columbia here tonight at Citizens Field in Gainesville. Opening night of high school football for 2022. And you're watching Thursday night football, our first game of the season here on the Prep Zone. We'll return for halftime in just a few moments. Here on opening night of the high school football season, it's all Buholz in the first half as they lead Columbia 24-7. The only scoring in the first quarter was a 27-yard field goal by Reed Russo through a short field, and with a minute 10 to go in the first quarter, 3-0 Buholz. But then the Bobcats really opened up the offense in the second quarter. Another short field starting at the 34-yard line of Columbia. A 1-yard touchdown run by Creed Whittemore made it 10-0, 9:45 to go second quarter. Columbia did answer right back as Evan Umstead, who had 2 drives in this first half. His first drive, it was a 26-yard touchdown pass, and that went to Dalen Bradley to make it 10-7. Good throw and catch right at the left pylon. But Buholz, of course, they come right back 2 plays later, and it was Creed Whittemore also taking it in all the way from 66 yards out, and it made it 17-7, 7:48 to go in the before halftime. And then Buholz got on the board again on the next drive. Umstead throws an interception. Jakari Kelly takes it back 25 yards for a touchdown to make it 24-7 with 7:05 to go in the period. And then Buholz got back inside the 10, but on the last play of the half, Creed Whittemore throwing an interception in the end zone. So Buholz, their only turnover of the half. Columbia had 3. The Bobcats in control, but Columbia was able to keep them out of the end zone in the second quarter.
Yeah, and that's got to be a confidence booster for Columbia. Again, the game started off both teams really similarly. I mean, they both couldn't really get anywhere. The wetness on the field was kind of affecting them. Then Buholz kind of created their own opportunities and then took advantage of it. Taking advantage of field position, Creed Whittemore getting that 1-yard touchdown. And then even just with regular field position, Whittemore again doing it with his legs. And then defensively, Gavin Hill and Kendall Jackson have been all over the field tonight. Yeah. Maybe not always getting tackles, but putting pressure on the quarterbacks, Umstead and Jefferson, to just create turnovers and then special teams issues for Columbia. Yeah. I mean, bad field position. We've seen Jalen Cooper fumble the ball a couple times on returns. And Buholz, again, just creating opportunities and then taking advantage of it. And now with the momentum on their side, they're going to get the ball back here to start. And I hate to say it, but if they get a touchdown on this first drive, you don't want to put icing on the cake early in the third quarter. But if Columbia can't find a way to score on their first drive, it's going to be a long rest of the night for the Tigers.
Well, as you can see on your screen, the field really, I guess, is holding up. It could be worse, but you can see a lot of traction now. A lot of squishy shoes going into the cleats going into the grass there, really all over the field. As according to the record books today, 1.5 inches of rain fell here in Gainesville. Now, we probably had an inch or so here between 6:30 and 7:30, or 7 and 7:30. It rained pretty hard, but the game starting at 8:15 due to the weather delay starting an hour and 15 minutes late. But these teams decided to play tonight. The other option was to play tomorrow night at Lake City. Buholz didn't want to do that, or maybe here Saturday morning. So they're going to get this game in. It did rain. Literally as we went to halftime, it started raining, but very light rain this time. And we don't seem to have any lightning or thunder in the area. So that's good news, and it's stopped raining as we start the second half. So Columbia will kick off. Buholz will go right to left towards the north end zone here in the third quarter. It's like Jaron Hamilton back to return this time.
And Hamilton on the far side of the field, Jakari Kelly on the near side.
And we'll have a flag for Columbia moved before the kick. Again, the kicker, Rolando Dominguez, sophomore, kicking off to start the third quarter. Reminder again tomorrow night, join Mike Rideout and Newberry volleyball coach Hank Rohn for Vanguard in Gainesville here from Citizens Field. 7 o'clock kick on 106.9 FM in Gainesville. And Cam will have the call of Oak Hall and St. Augustine St. Joseph tomorrow night down the road at Oak Hall on MainStreetDailyNews.com. Is that a 7:30 kick tomorrow night? Do you know?
I believe it is 7.
7, okay.
I believe 6:45 pregame,
right.
7 o'clock kick. My first time going to Oak Hall.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, RJ Fuhr having creating his own little mini powerhouse over there.
Yeah,
went to 8-man a couple years ago, but back at 11-man.
2 years ago, they didn't really won a state title in 8-man. Last year, I'm back to 11-man, and we're the number 1 seed in the playoffs. This is caught at the 15, up to the 20, to the 30. Hamilton breaks a couple tackles, and it is meets the Columbia defense at the 33-yard line. So that's where Buholz will start this drive. On Monday night, we'll have the second edition of the Prep Zone Football Hour. Myself, Marty Palman, will be hosting along with Philip Crutchfield and Mike Rideout. We had the first episode this past Monday. This week we will be joined by Shane Morgan, the voice of Fort White High School. That'll be at 7:30. So 7 to 8 this Monday night on theprepzone.com. And the Prep Zone Sports Show will be again next Wednesday at Sonic. Guests still to be determined. Last night, the first show of the year with Mike Rideout, it was the St. Francis Catholic football team. All right, first down, Buholz at the 34, near the 34-yard line. Two receivers line up to the left, one right. Whittemore back to his left. Now throws, dangerous pass, incomplete. Looking for Hamilton at around the 44. And was nearly picked off. Good defensive play that time, cutting in front of the ball for the Tigers.
I'll tell you what, though. Jaden Robinson, fellow UF commit, got in the backfield, and he put a hit on Whittemore after the ball was thrown. Again, with those type of plays of 50-50, personal foul, and Robinson got the best of that one. Nice hit.
Jerome Carter, the third on the coverage, and second down, a handoff to the 37-yard line, a gain of 3 or 4. That is Quentin Cutler, who's had most of the carries at the running back position in the first half. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Last season, for the Bobcats, they didn't really have a true running back. 2 years ago, they had Quan Smith, and it was the two Quans leading the team, and Smith left, and Quan Lee stepped into the running back position while playing receiver, led the team in rushing, but now they got Quentin Cutler, who really is that true running back that they can build around.
Gain of 4, 3rd and 6. 3 receivers right, 2 left. Whittemore, well, he didn't know what to do. He gets it to Kelly, and Kelly's in trouble. He's going to get hit and dropped back at the 35, and it almost looked like Whittemore didn't really know what to do there. A little bit of indecision. He tried to screen to Kelly, but Columbia had it sniffed out, and we're going to see for the first time tonight, Buholz punted away.
Yeah,
actually, the second time, pardon me. They punted in the first quarter.
Yeah, Whittemore, it kind of looked like he slipped for a second, but really I think he just hesitated getting it out to Kelly. Jaden Robinson was out there in coverage, and he just kind of hesitated with that throw, waited till Kelly was looking and kind of comfortable and just dumped it off to him. I didn't see who made the stop, but again, good job by Columbia getting hats to the ball, something they've kind of struggled with tonight.
Rousseau to punt from the 17. Snap. Ball is punted away, end over end kick. Wobbly caught at the 32. And the fair catch made right there for the Columbia Tigers by Amari Farrell. So, again, Columbia's defense comes up with a stop as they did to end the first half. This time they force a Buholz punt. So Columbia's offense will take back over 10:08 to go third quarter, trailing 24-7.
This drive probably this is the most important drive of the game so far for Columbia. They've had nothing go their way offensively. Even with that one drive, the 80-yard touchdown drive, 45 of those yards came off of penalties by Buholz. And then they just kind of took advantage of that with that 22-yard touchdown pass. But outside of that, they haven't had a long, sustained drive. And with Tyler Jefferson coming back in, this is the most important drive of the game for them.
He'll line up with Jefferson, 2 receivers each side, one back to his right. Jefferson looks, down pump fakes, rolls to his right. Looking to get out of bounds at the 30. Takes it, stays inbounds. 35 down to the 40. And he is hit right there in front of the Buholz bench. But Jefferson, tough running that time. He's going to pick up about 7, it looks like, on first down.
And a nice play by Jefferson. I'd say that was his best play so far tonight. Not forcing the ball down the field, kind of keeping his eyes down there, but using his legs. He had Gavin Hill and Kendall Jackson breathing down his neck. Found a way to get outside, and a nice cut to get a few more yards, and then lowering his shoulder. That's what he does best, is power runs to the outside, making special plays with his legs, and then lowering his shoulder.
2nd and 3. It's a handoff to Fulton, and he is close to the first down, up around the 43. It looks like he might have it. Well, they're going to put the ball down. That is should be a first down for Columbia. Well, nope, they're going to call him a little bit short, I guess. So 3rd. Looks like they had to get the 43, but this is going to be closer to the 44. 3rd and inches now for the Tigers. Jefferson waits the snap with the back to his left, takes it, and easily has the first down, breaks one tackle, and is brought down at the 48.
Again, just simple play. Jefferson to the left on the power run, something that he did so often with Hawthorne, but yet was so unstoppable. Playing with a bigger school, you're going to play against bigger teams, so the competition's only going to get harder. But again, showing flashes of last year making plays like that.
Amari Shepard on the tackle. First down, Columbia at their 49. Jefferson has time. Looking deep over the middle. Pass to Fryer, and it's knocked away, incomplete. Oh, and a late flag comes in. I'm not sure about that, as the ball was knocked out by Donnie Hebert. And it looked like Fryer was going to come down with it. Hebert made a hit right to knock the ball out, but there's a flag at the 23-yard line.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't pass interference.
No.
But Donnie Hebert coming across the field and then putting a nice hit on Fryer, but a penalty nonetheless. Yeah, they're going to say personal foul.
Must be a helmet to helmet. And I could see the argument for that.
Yeah. Although we've got video tonight, fortunately we do not have slow-mo instant replay review.
Right.
We'll say we can neither confirm nor deny that penalty, but
I don't know if
penalty nonetheless.
Philip Crutchfield saw that. What it looked like. The personal foul there. Yeah. Excuse me, on first down, Jefferson is hit and dropped in the backfield. And the sack that time, Aiden DeHoyos, number 11. And that's a big loss back to the 42, loss of 6 on first down.
Now just coming right off the edge, Gavin Hill and Kendall Jackson, normally playing outside last year, moved to the defensive tackle spots, and they've been rotating guys on the outside. That time, Aiden DeHoyos, he's listed as a middle linebacker, but kind of blitzed off the edge, putting a good hit on Jefferson, brings up 2nd and long.
2nd and 16 now from the 42 of Buholz. High snap, a handoff, and off left tackle to the 39, 38-yard line. First, that's the first carry of the game for Jalen Cooper. Fulton has had most of the carries in the backfield. Gain of about 4. It's going to be 3rd and long. 3rd and about 12 coming up for Columbia. Clock running at 7:18 here in the third quarter with Buholz leading 24-7. Good crowd tonight for Thursday night, opening night of high school football. A lot of students and parents here from Columbia and from Buholz.
Not only that, but a big game with a lot of D1 talent. Just going to bring out just some local people just to come out and watch the game.
3rd down and 12. Jefferson with pressure, and he's going to get sacked again back at the 45. Buholz bringing that pressure again. And Jefferson, no chance. It's going to be 4th down and long, and Columbia probably going to have to punt it away here. That time coming in, making the hit again, that was Thomas Weinhardt, number 15, among others.
He's had a good night himself coming in. Kind of a new face on this defense coming off the edge, making a couple big plays.
Buholz defense again comes up with a big play when they need it, and Columbia's drive stalls. And Jefferson on the field to punt it away. Creed Whittemore will go back to return. Right, the 15 down to the 10-yard line is where Whittemore is, and Jefferson will punt it from the 40. His 40. He has a line drive kick where Whittemore will have to fall on it. It fell out originally. He had to fall right on it at the 10, and now the entire Buholz sideline wants a late hit on Whittemore there because he was already on the ground. Columbia came down there to kind of make sure that
Whittemore's hurt.
Oh, he is too, and that's going to get Mark Whittemore. He's going to be really upset about this.
Looks like he was cramping. Yeah, he's up around walking, stretching. It looks like a cramp, but
yeah,
I think that looked like Jaden Robinson on the late hit. And Coach Whittemore out beyond the hashes. He is mad.
Yeah, now that'll bring us to the water break. 6:03 to go, third quarter. Yeah, that's they're going to work out Creed Whittemore.
Yeah, it looks like just a cramp. They have him stretching on the sideline. Again, it's a good sign immediately. If you see a player grasping their knee on the field, they come up right away asking for a stretch. You know that that's a cramp. So a bit of a sigh of relief after a scare, but again, you don't want to see your quarterback go down like that. And now Whittemore's going to have to come out for a play as well.
That's right.
So we'll see. Buholz will have a decision to make for one play. Yeah, three backup quarterbacks. First off, sophomore Colin Dunmore plays a lot with the JV team, freshman Trace Johnson. And then, of course, a transfer, Austin Cardozo, a junior.
Yeah, he is, Cardozo is one of the top pitchers for the Buholz baseball team.
Actually, Whittemore's going to be good to go.
I guess he doesn't have to set out a play there, yep.
I don't think because it was a water break and the staff came on the sideline, Whittemore smartly didn't go all the way to the sideline so he could stay in. So, sigh of relief, Creed Whittemore back on the field for the Bobcats.
First and 10 from the 10 as Buholz heading right to left in the third quarter. Handoff goes to Cutler, and he'll be stacked up. Does get to near the 13 of the 14-yard line on first down. And on that punt, too, it was like Tyler Jefferson, I don't know if he meant to, but it was a line drive. It was a rope, and that was the problem. Whittemore had a hard time coming up with it. He had to fall on the ball. Slipped and took a hit there from Columbia without a call. Second down at 7 for Buholz on this drive as we have 5:30 to go third quarter. Bobcats up 24-7. Play clock in both end zones here at Citizens Field is 10 on the clock right now. Whittemore hands off to Cutler, and he is going to get dropped, trying to go around left side, and another good tackle by Columbia. Their defense has kind of been standing up here the last quarter and a half, or a quarter or so.
Yeah, Brett Moat, the senior outside linebacker on that tackle. We've said his name a couple of times tonight. Made a good tackle earlier in the game. Got run over by Whittemore after that. But again, good job staying outside, stringing the ball outside, and then just tripping up Cutler. Bring up 3rd and 9. If they can get a stop and get their offense back on the field again, that's just keeping them in this game.
All right, it'll be 3rd and about 9 here. It's going to run up the middle with Cutler, and he's going to get dropped again. A little bit of extracurricular there, and now limping off the field for the Tigers. Look like Robinson may have come up limping a little bit there.
Did a good job filling that gap and bringing Cutler down. Well, really not bringing him down, but kind of slinging him over. And Buholz will have to punt again. But again, I said that on the last drive. If Columbia's going to stay in this game, Jaden Robinson is going to be the reason why on that defensive side of the field, and a good tackle on 3rd down. Now we'll see if the offense can kind of start pulling their weight a bit and getting a sustained drive and hopefully getting on the board. We'll also see if they keep Jefferson in at quarterback or if they go back.
Tigers should get pretty good field position here. Rousseau near the goal line. Wobbly kick and a fair catch taken at the 48-yard line of Buholz. So Columbia will start on the Buholz side of the field on this drive with 3:31 to go third quarter as the fair catch made there by Farrell. And Cam, you said it last drive, this is the biggest drive of the game for Columbia. Well, now this is the biggest drive of the game for Columbia. Although, again, give credit to their defense. They have forced Buholz to 2 3-and-outs here in the third quarter offensively. Buholz scored at one point on 4 straight drives, including 3 touchdowns in a row, but Columbia got an interception in the end zone to end the second quarter and has already forced a couple punts here in the third quarter.
Yeah, their defense keeping them in this game in this second half. Again, guys like Jaden Robinson, guys like Brett Moat, just getting in the backfield and making plays, forcing Whittemore to make a couple mistakes and hitting Cutler in the backfield. But now the Tiger offense has got to start pulling this weight, and it starts with Tyler Jefferson. Can he make some plays? And why he went over to Columbia.
Yep, 5 wide, 3 left, 2 right. And Jefferson now trying to break tackles. Nope, he's going to maybe get back to the line of scrimmage. Now he's going to lose a yard to the 49 as, again, Buholz bringing the pressure at Tyler Jefferson.
This Columbia offense, they don't have an answer for the Buholz front four. The offensive line just cannot hold the defensive line long enough. And it's tough when you've got 2 Division I SEC caliber players lining up in front of you. But it's been a lot of the outside guys, the new names on the defense making plays. You got to be able to stop those guys.
Did get no gain as Jefferson back to the line of scrimmage. And again, Jefferson going to get hit and dropped. This time he will lose yardage. Buholz all over him that time. As Gavin Hill, there's the man right there making the tackle, number 6, with a sack of Jefferson. Also Kellen Nicodome, number 5, and Kendall Jackson in the area. Loss of 3 on the sack. So 3rd and 13, and again, Columbia going backwards now at their 49. Clock running 2:22 here in the third quarter. 3 receivers to the right, 1 left, 1 back to the left of Jefferson. He'll take the snap. Pressure is coming. He's in trouble. He's hit again at the 45. How about another sack for Buholz? And how about Kendall Jackson again? What a game he's having tonight.
And really showing out. And again, we know, and there's a celebration a little bit with him.
Gavin Hill.
And Gavin Hill. Again, I watched Kendall Jackson last year, and he's a spitting image of Gavin Hill. They're both 6'4". They're both 240, 245, pushing 250. Both defensive ends, and again, just the dynamic duo with them. Kendall Jackson really having a good show tonight. Columbia just doesn't have an answer for those two.
Minus 7 yards on that drive for the Tigers, so they're going to have to punt it from their 45. Actually, Jefferson is not back to punt this time. Different punter. And pressure coming. Oh, and he is hit hard. Is he able to get the punt off? It's going to take a Columbia roll down around the 20. And
that's going to be a flag.
Yeah, that is definitely a flag time. As looks like the punter that time, again, it was not Jefferson. He is down right at around the 45-yard line. But that was Markean Moore back to return that time, or back to punt, as we'll have a personal foul on Buholz. That is the third personal foul penalty against Buholz. Well, it's going to be.
Yeah, it's going to be. Looks like.
He said remains 4th down, but
it's going to be about 4th and 7 at the 40-yard line.
True. They needed 4th and 17 there. Oh, it's an automatic first down.
Yeah.
That's right. So Columbia gets a break there. We've seen Buholz make a few mistakes tonight on penalties, and that'll give Columbia the ball at the Buholz 40. So a drive that went backwards will continue with 1:17 to go, third quarter.
And the last time, again, we saw personal foul penalties against Buholz, giving Columbia a big drive. They scored a touchdown. So maybe this is the spark that the Tigers needed to finally get some signs of life on the offense.
Jefferson takes the snap off left tackle to around the 37.
Oh, there's a flag coming in. That's going to be on Camden Fryer.
Yeah, he was battling outside with Jakari Kelly over on the left side, and you're right, Kelly went down and Fryer standing over him. The flag came in right then.
A pancake block by a receiver is a good thing, but it's not a pancake block when you twist your body around and throw him in. So that's probably going to be a holding call.
Yep, that is the call against the Tigers. Reminder coming up after the game. I'm sorry, Sonic Drive-In player of the game. We'll announce that coming up at the conclusion of the fourth quarter. It is 10:01 p.m. here in Gainesville tonight. This is about the time I thought this game might be ending. If we had started at 7, but an 8:15 kick. We're moving along, an hour and 45 minutes.
And a good September weather.
Now it is, yes. Yeah, it is. The rain has stopped.
Almost September weather, excuse me, getting a week ahead of myself there.
That's true. It feels like it's September. 75 and showers, it says now in Gainesville. Still 100% humidity. All right, so Jefferson will go long and deep, looking for Fryer. Ball's up in the air and should have been picked, and then it was almost caught by Fryer down around the 10-yard line. It was Downey Hebert on the coverage.
A dangerous throw by Jefferson, but didn't really have much to go there. Camden Fryer, 2-on-1 coverage. Jakari Kelly, the corner. Donnie Hebert, the safety. And the last time we saw those three, Donnie Hebert had a nice collision to break up the pass, but they called a penalty on him. That time almost picked off, but tipped around. But nonetheless, 3rd and about 21.
They need to get to the 30 of Buholz for a first down after that penalty. 3rd and 21 from their 49 of the Tigers. 2 receivers each side. One back to the left of Jefferson. Jefferson taking the snap. Now pressure coming, and he is going to get hit and dropped again at the 47. Loss of 2 more. Another sack for the Bobcats. And again, it's Kendall Jackson, and joined by another player we've mentioned a lot tonight defensively, the linebacker that time coming in, number 15, Weinhardt. Thomas Weinhardt. So clock will stop at 58.4 left here in the third quarter. And again, Columbia got the ball in Buholz territory after roughing the punter penalty, but a holding penalty of their own. They went backwards, and Tyler Jefferson now on the field to punt it away from the 34-yard line. Creed Whittemore at his 20 to return it. As we are now under a minute here in the third quarter. Jefferson high end over end kick, going to hit at the 25, taken by Whittemore at the 20, down the sideline. He'll go out of bounds at the 30-yard line. Yeah, you're right, how many teams have you see put their quarterback in as a punt returner? It says to the athlete he is. Creed Whittemore is an athlete.
I talked to Creed Whittemore during the media day, and I asked him about that because, with 7-on-7s, he sometimes works at receiver. Again, he's going to be a receiver at Florida, so I asked him, is there going to be a package this year where you either move back to that receiver spot that you played as a sophomore? And he said, well, we've got 3 pretty good young backups, and obviously I'm not going to be here next year, so we want to, get them some experience. So who knows? There might be some time I play receiver, but, maybe sooner or later we'll see a package with Creed Whittemore at receiver and Austin Cardoza at quarterback. But for now, I think they're comfortable just letting him play kick returner. Even then, that kind of posed a risk as we already seen him take a big hit late and come up cramping, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see Creed Whittemore line up at receiver at some point this season.
That was a return of 10 yards by Whittemore to the 30 as they'll start this drive, the Bobcats, from their 30-yard line. We've not had any scoring here in the third quarter, 39.1 left. It was 24-7 Buholz at the half. 2 receivers left, 1 right, 1 back, as again it's Cutler, and he has a lot of room this time. 35-40, cuts outside around the 43. Best run of the night for Quentin Cutler. A gain of 13 and a first down for Buholz.
Taking a section out of his name with that run. Nice cut to the outside by Quentin Cutler. Again, we've called his name quite a bit tonight, and that's not surprising considering the weather. We knew Buholz was going to run the ball a lot, and Cutler has had a pretty solid night, but not getting a lot of big runs. Finally breaks one for a big first down. Yep. It looks like Buholz is just going to let this clock wind out and head into the fourth quarter.
A gain of 14, and you're right, the Bobcats heading to the sideline as the clock runs down in the third quarter. And again, no scoring in that period, but Columbia not able to put a dent in that deficit as Buholz leads 24-7 through 3 quarters tonight here on opening night of high school football in North Central Florida for 2022. Marty Palm and Cam Parker. Philip Crutchfield, our camera operator. Mike Rideout's here as well as we bring you tonight's game on the Prep Zone live from Citizens Field in Gainesville. Back in a moment. One of my friends is watching on YouTube. I didn't realize we're on YouTube. One of my friends is watching on YouTube. Friends that told me they're watching on YouTube, so say hello to the folks watching on YouTube, Facebook, and on Twitter tonight for our opening night game here. And a reminder to tune in tomorrow night online on a 106.9 FM in Gainesville. I am country for the Vanguard Gainesville game. 7 o'clock kick here from Citizens Field, and Mike Rideout will have the call with Hank Roan, and Cam Parker will have the call from Oak Hall tomorrow. 6:45 pregame, 7 o'clock kick for Oak Hall and St. Joseph. That is at MainStreetDailyNews.com. As we start the fourth quarter, Whittemore dekes the Columbia defense. The entire defensive line looked like it almost went off sides. So it'll be a 1st and 5, moving Buholz up near midfield. This was a 10-7 game at one point. halfway through the second quarter. Buholz scored on the next 2 drives and had this 17-point lead since then. No scoring in the third quarter. Buholz heading left to right towards the south end zone here in the fourth quarter as the handoff again goes to Cutler, breaks a tackle, 45-40, and down to the 38. Another big run for Cutler. Now it almost seems like, Cam, that Buholz is ready to kind of just wear out Columbia's defense running the ball right at him.
Yeah, again, just pound and ground, and they've been doing that all night with Quentin Cutler, but he hasn't been able to get much. Now the Columbia defense getting a little tired, and now is Cutler's time to shine. A couple big runs here in the second half.
First down to the 39 of Columbia. Buholz looking to beat Columbia for the first time since 2016 as Whittemore wide open receiver. He's got him. And guess who? That is Hamilton. Jaron Hamilton into the end zone for a touchdown. We got an injured player for Columbia. I don't know if that's because Hamilton burned him or what, but back at the 28-yard line, they're attending to him, and that might have something to do with the field. It may have slipped, but that time Whittemore pump faked, and Hamilton was wide open. 39-yard touchdown catch.
And what a strike by Whittemore, too. Jaden Robinson, fellow UF commit, was in the backfield. He was about to put a hit on Whittemore. Whittemore hitting another D1 guy, Jaron Hamilton, in stride. And I saw Whittemore. Listen, Jaden Robinson and Creed Whittemore, they may be teammates in the future, but they're enemies on the field right now. Whittemore turning around and saying something not nice to the fellow UF commit.
They got plenty of time to be teammates coming up next year or so, a couple years. Now we'll have Rousseau trying to make it a 31-7 lead, and 54 seconds into the fourth quarter, Buholz back on the board as Rousseau kicks it through. He is 4 for 4 in extra points, also with a 27-yard field goal earlier in the game. And now, again, I'm not going to say it's over, but, I mean, Columbia just hasn't been able to get anything going offensively.
Yeah, and again, your defense can only do so much. When your offense not, they say defense wins championships, but your offense has got to put points on the board too, and Columbia just has not been able to do that at all tonight. When they run the ball, they've got 4 guys in the backfield, mostly Kendall Jackson and Gavin Hill. When they try to throw the ball, they still got 4 guys in the backfield, but when they do get the throw off, you got a bunch of guys right there ready to pick it off or knock it down. Again, they had a pick 6 earlier with Jakari Kelly, but Columbia, they just have not had an answer on offense, and their defense has just been playing up and down tonight. Buholz has just been playing consistent.
They have, and for Creed Whittemore tonight, 2 touchdowns rushing. That was his first through the air. And Jaron Hamilton's first touchdown as a Buholz Bobcat, transferring from PK Young this offseason and having a pretty good game to start tonight, as Rousseau will kick it off. And a returnable on the sideline at the 5. 15-20. Oh, big hit at the 25. As, again, the return by Cooper that time. Jalen Cooper, and he is hit and dropped by Leonard McFadden, number 40. This drive will start from the 25 for Columbia. Again, this was a 10-7 game halfway through the second quarter, but Buholz scored 2 touchdowns in a span of about a minute. A 66-yard run by Creed Whittemore, and then the pick 6, Jakari Kelly picking one off and taking it back 25 yards. That was a 24-7 lead, and Buholz has kind of been in charge since. Jefferson over the middle. And, caught.
What a hit.
And it was. And Ebert comes up and says, he knocked the ball out of the hands that time.
That's what Donnie Ebert does.
Yeah, he does. And that is Kevin Young who takes that shot over the middle.
Last time Donnie Hebert put a hit like that on someone, he got called for a personal foul. This time made sure to stay low. And a nice hit again, and this time he let the receiver know that he's got that dog in him. He did that, and nice hit by Hebert.
So pass incomplete. Tyler Jefferson, still at quarterback for Columbia. They head right to left here in the fourth quarter towards the north end zone at Citizens Field. 3 receivers line up right, 1 left, 1 back to the left of Jefferson, who takes the snap. Now some pressure coming to his right. Going to go deep again down the middle of the field. He's got a receiver open and makes the catch to the 20, 15, 10, and heading to the end zone are the Columbia Tigers. They answer. That is a 75-yard touchdown pass to Benton Edge from Tyler Jefferson, and now Columbia's still in it. 31-13, 10:27 to go, fourth quarter.
What a strike by Jefferson.
That's what he can do, but we haven't seen a lot of that tonight. He hasn't had a lot of time to throw the ball. But
no, not at all, but give him time. But again, Buholz had pressure in the backfield, but rather than just take off and run, Jefferson looking like a pro quarterback there, stepping up in the pocket, keeping his eyes downfield, and letting Edge get the edge, get downfield wide open, and a good throw right on the money. And Edge able to get in the end zone, and now a sign of life for Columbia. It's about 10.5 minutes to go in this game.
2 plays, 39 seconds as Dominguez for the extra point. Low kick, but it is inside the left upright and good. And for Tyler Jefferson, who has fumbled tonight once, he now has his first touchdown pass as a Columbia Tiger. Was Evan Umstead earlier, who threw a touchdown in the second quarter of 26 yards. So the Tigers now trailing at 31-14. We still have 10:27 to go, fourth quarter. We still have both teams with 3 timeouts.
Columbia showing this game isn't truly over just yet. But I know Buholz, they've still got a lot of momentum on their side, especially offensively.
Creed Whittemore completing a 39-yard touchdown to Jaron Hamilton in the last drive. And then Tyler Jefferson comes right back 75 yards over the middle to Benton Edge, sophomore receiver. And Dominguez will kick it off. He's going to kick it deep. They didn't have a returner back. Now Kelly comes back and picks it up at the 7 to the 15. And nice tackle at the 18-yard line on a short return by Jakari Kelly. And Jerome Carter III making the tackle. So Buholz will get the ball back. 10:22 to go here, fourth quarter. Well, after no points in the third quarter, I guess it stands to reason that both teams will score a touchdown in the first minute and a half of the fourth quarter. Unfortunately for Columbia, they have been trading scores or falling further behind. And they need to stop, not only a stop, but they need to do it quickly and maybe get a quick drive on the other end offensively to get within 9 or 10 points.
Yeah, again, for Columbia, it's just taking it one play at a time. But you can't let those plays add up. You got to make them quick. So as you said, they need a quick stop here and then a quick score on the other end. It's something they just haven't been able to do tonight.
Whittemore takes the snap, hands it off to Cutler, and Cutler takes a big hit off left tackle. Got a couple of yards to the 22. Cutler had some long runs in the last drive.
The initial stop made by Javonte Sullivan, big number 92, cleaned up again. Jerome Carter, another big hit for number 21. But again, just not allowing Buholz to break that big play. Cutler had a couple big runs on that previous drive, but just keeping him inside the tackles and getting 3 guys to the ball at least. That's what's going to keep them in this game for the last 9 minutes and 45 seconds.
Clock is running. Both teams again with 3 timeouts remaining. 2nd down and 8 from the 22. 3 receivers up, 1 right. Whittemore hands it off again to Cutler. Cutler dragging tacklers forward to about the 27. And it'll be 3rd and 3 coming up for Buholz.
And another good play by Cutler, getting away from the initial contact, cutting up the field. And that looked to be about a 1-yard carry that he turned into about a 4 or 5-yard carry, just getting away from first contact and being brought down on second contact. Jaden Robinson there to clean it up. But again, 3rd and short is very, very easy for the Bobcats to get. That's their bread and butter.
Yep, Cutler will line up to the right of Whittemore. Receiver left, 2 to the right on 3rd and 3. Buholz at their 27. Whittemore barks out the signals, hands it off to Cutler, and he's got the first down right outside the 30 to the 31. Gets 4 on 3rd and 3 off left tackle. And as you said, Cam, that would seem to be a play that would benefit one of the Buholz offense could pick up the first down, and they do.
Yeah, again, just this team, although, again, we saw Creed Whittemore a 66-yard run and a shot downfield to Jaron Hamilton. This team is made up on, again, just getting your playmakers in space, letting them get chunks of yards, especially Quentin Cutler tonight with the status of how the field is and the weather. It's going to be a big night for him. May not, big plays, but a lot of carries, and he's been making the most of them so far.
First down, Buholz at the 31. Clock at 8:15 and running here in the fourth quarter. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Again, Cutler the back to the right and takes the handoff from Whittemore. Cuts back to his right up to the 35, 36. He's a little different than the kind of running backs we've seen for Buholz. Not really the biggest running back.
Yeah, we've seen in the past guys like Marius Hale and E.J. Gatson, big guys who they were middle linebackers, essentially. That was their first position, but they put them in the backfield because, they're big bodies that you could hand the ball off to, and they'd get, 3 or 4 yards. But again, this Buholz offense the last, couple years has very much just been a bunch of receivers playing multiple positions and Whittemore doing it with his legs and then getting it out to those guys. But now it looks like they've got a true running back in Quentin Cutler, 5'7", 140. He's not about lowering his shoulder. He's about getting outside, making cuts, and making plays. 2nd and 6, Buholz from their 35. Whittemore hands it off again, and Cutler breaks 1 tackle and is hit up to the 45, but it's a gain of 10, another first down. And at this point, Buholz is going to keep running that clock. 7:11 to go, fourth quarter. And they pick up another first down just outside the 45. Cutler's been running hard here in the second half. Yeah, and it looks like they just made a switch. They're going to put Jakari Kelly in the backfield. Cutler's going to be taking Kelly's spot in the slot. Look at that. They're actually going to go empty set here.
Yeah, they do, with 2 receivers left, 3 to the right. Again, no backs in the backfield. As you said, the empty backfield for Whittemore. Clock is running. He's taking as much time as possible. Play clock down to 5, but we have some movement. And I believe Buholz is going to get flagged for that, and they are. So after all that, the Bobcats called for legal procedure. It'll back them up to the 40-yard line.
Yeah, that looked like senior guard Brady Barnes. He's had a heck of a night, too. Really, all 5 offensive linemen for Buholz. Seen a bunch of pancakes opening up holes for the running back. And, Brady Barnes has been the leader of that group, 6'3", 293. He's the biggest on the team. He's got a little excited there with the run coming up with Whittemore. 1st and 15 now from the 40. 2 receivers right, 1 left. Again, Whittemore hands it off, and this is Kelly cutting out to the right. Now back to the middle, midfield, 45-40. There's a flag back behind him. Kelly is going to go down to the 30, to the 20. He's going to go all the way to the end zone, but that is coming back. There's a flag back of the 41-yard line. It's too bad because it was a heck of a run by Jakari Kelly, and they're celebrating in the end zone, but that is not going to count. Yeah, that's a sigh of relief for Columbia. Jakari Kelly, he's still celebrating in the end zone a little bit. Wait till he sees that flag back there at about the 40-yard line. Yeah, 41-yard line, and that was right at the beginning of Kelly's run. It was a nice run, though, to cut back like he did. But it won't count. 6:21 to go here, fourth quarter. The clock will stop. And that'll bring us to the water break. So Buholz will be at their 31 after the penalty when we return after the water break. It'll be first down and now about 25 yards almost for the Bobcats. They'll need to get to the Columbia 44 for a first down. Buholz next week will be at home on Friday night here at Citizens Field. They'll take on Sarasota Riverview. That should be a good ball game as well. Sarasota Riverview, another upper classification team. And to be the best team in the state, you got to play the best teams in the state. And Buholz the last 2 years, even going back to 2 years ago in the playoff run that they had, 2 years ago their season ended against Niceville. And Niceville, who's their own state powerhouse, and they just had back. I remember that game. Yep. Azarie Thomas versus Quan Lee, one-on-one, both sides of the ball all night. And they held their own against that in that game, and they almost won that game. Yeah, Buholz went all the way to Navarre the week before that and won in the regional semifinal. And then they came home against Niceville, and
they actually had Niceville. They were leading the whole game. Niceville converted a 4th down and about 10 from the 40 for a touchdown with about 30 seconds to go.
I remember that. It was a
screen.
A screen.
Yeah.
Who runs a screen on 4th and 10?
Niceville did it.
Niceville did when you have Azaria Thomas on your roster, and they scored a touchdown on that.
Buholz, whose kicker had been solid all year, missed a 20-yarder in the second overtime that would have kept the game going, and Niceville won it by a field goal.
And then last year we ought to talk about their only 2 losses being against state champions and then beating Buholz.
Beat Buholz, beat Bartram Trail. Lost here to Cardinal Gibbons. Kelly around right side, and he'll stay inbounds to around the 36-yard line. He's got a nice helmet tap there. That was nice to see.
It's Markeon Moore, number 23 for Columbia. Putting a nice tackle on Kelly on the edge, but helping him back up. Yeah, we've seen some chippiness tonight with some of the players. And Jaden Robinson hitting Creed Whittemore late on a punt return. A few plays later, Creed Whittemore hitting Jaron Hamilton on a 40-yard touchdown and saying what he wanted to say to Robinson after that play, but good sign of sportsmanship right there between Moore and Kelly.
Gain of about 6, 2nd down and 19 for Buholz as Cutler will go up the middle to the 40, gain of 4. And it'll be 3rd and long as the clock at 5:24 and counting. 3rd down and about 15 coming up for the Bobcats is when you said the word pancakes twice now in this 4th quarter, and then I reminded myself how hungry I am when you mentioned pancake locks. But it might be time for breakfast tonight after the game, late night. It is now almost 10:30, so really this game only about 2 hours, 15 minutes old. We have 4:55 left here in the 4th quarter.
A long delay, and a little bit longer when the coaches took their time on the field to discuss whether or not even to play this game tonight.
Right.
But lucky that we got it in.
As handoff goes up the middle on 3rd and 15 again, and short gain of about 3 as that time the carry goes to number 23 for the Bobcats. Seen Cutler really have a nice second half. Number 23, that is Kevin Bradley.
Oh,
what's going on?
Law enforcement is on the field. Everyone's on the ground. The players are running off the field right now.
Yeah, they are. What's going on? Hey.
There's something going on.
Out there?
Everyone's leaving the field, leaving the stands. Law enforcement.
Wow, yeah, I've heard about this, never seen it before, but
we've got people coming into the press box right now.
The Gainesville police are on the field quickly. But yeah, all of a sudden some players go down on the ground. Columbia, the entire team has gone into the north end zone here. Well, that is not something.
There are police sirens out in the parking lot right now. It was within 5 seconds. The Columbia players were laying down on the field. The Buholz sideline cleared off.
Yeah, they were going down on the ground in front of both sides, and you kind of wonder what was going on. And all of a sudden, the fans got out of here in about 20 seconds.
Yeah, and
go ahead.
A bunch of the Columbia guys.
Philip Crutchfield. Let me get some administrative talk here. I don't know. He's running our camera tonight, but did you see anything?
Hey guys, I'm not sure what's going on there, but you could see law enforcement signaling into the referees. It's a good job actually by both coaching staffs.
Right.
They got their players on the ground. There is a procedure for this, in best practices from the FHSA. Right. So kudos to the coaches for making sure their players knew what to do and get to a safe place. So hopefully everything's going okay out there.
Is there a procedure?
This is a first for me.
I haven't seen it either.
6
Not
years
in Gainesville.
as AD too.
No, I haven't seen it here in Gainesville, and it's happened. We heard about it in Jacksonville. It's happened, but is there a protocol for the fans? Because they literally ran out of here in 20 seconds.
Right. Well, that's the issue. You're probably even still at this late stage of the game. Between probably 2,000 and 3,000 people here.
Yeah.
And probably 12 officers. So it's a numbers problem, and they're doing the best they can, I'm sure.
Well, the sheriff's deputies and APD are talking to Mark Whittemore down in the end zone over there.
If I had to,
I think this game's over.
I would imagine they would likely call it
for
safety, but that'll be.
I mean,
you see the principals down there, Kevin Purvis. Yeah. So I would say based on the score, time left, all factors, they would probably go that route.
Well,
GPD SUV just pulled into the parking lot with their sirens on. It didn't look like something happened on the field, but the way the cars were, and the deputies in the end zone were indicating something towards the parking lot down over there.
Well, the Columbia players are coming back on the field. The Buholz players have not come back yet, so.
Well, they may be taking their cues from law enforcement. If they determine it's safe, the administrators would take that.
It's already been a long night here with the delay, and Buholz has the ball. 4:33 to go. I mean, the game's not over. But Buholz is kind of running out the clock here, up 17.
Right, and also it's the location of Citizens Field as well.
Right.
You got a main highway nearby with Waldo Road. Both ends are open. There's access on both ends of the field, so it's a tough area to secure. So I'm just I want to give a shout out to both coaching staffs, Columbia and Buholz, for they were quick with the protocol. You could see it in action, and that as a former AD that gives me something positive to take out of a negative situation.
Well, I can remember this happened about 5 years ago in Jacksonville. It was a game between Lee High School and Rains, now Riverside High, and
so it looks like
they had the rival. They had a shooting. They've had them in Miami. That happens sometimes because it's
it's a shame. It looks like just observing the sideline, they may be picking up their bags over there, so they may be packing it up. So understand they've got to. I'm sure that means coach is walking across, probably going to shake hands, no team handshake. Just get the kids in, get everybody home safety first, and go from there.
Well, and you're right. It looks like the coaches are talking. Demetric Jackson of Columbia, Mark Whittemore of Buholz, but
and head referees coming over as well. So I'd say they're about to make a decision one way or the other. I did see some Columbia players pick up bags across the way, so I guess we'll have a decision here pretty quickly. But it's going to, they're keying off of law enforcement. This is, once stuff like that happens, administration takes their lead from law enforcement.
And again, it looks like that they're, I don't really know what happened, but Coach Whittemore rounding them up. It looks like
play, I think here.
Yeah, Creed Whittemore is putting his helmet on. They're going back on the field.
Okay, so I guess everything's deemed safe. So we don't know what exactly happened. Got to default to the professionals and give them that. So I'm going to step off, guys, and head back to the camera.
Thank you, Philip. Well, it's good stuff there. But we are going to resume play. 4:33 to go, fourth quarter. And Buholz with a 31-14 lead. It's third down at 15 for Buholz from their 30. So they're going to be about the 44-yard line. Well, that's something I can say I've never seen, and I don't ever really want to see it.
Yeah,
it's one of those things I want to be a part of. But
it's a shame.
Yeah. Well, again, you heard Philip say that, and we want to thank Philip Crutchfield. He's our camera operator, former athletic director at Eastside High School, and he knows all about the scenarios, the protocols that go on with these football games with the police and the referees and everything. But, yeah, it's just like so quickly. It's like unbelievable how fast that happens. Players are on the ground, they're running out, and the fans were out in maybe 30 seconds. The whole crowd was gone.
I was looking down on my phone at Twitter, and all of a sudden I just heard people, yelling, and all of a sudden I thought there was a lightning strike at first because of the weather tonight, the way but then the Buholz players cleared the field. The Columbia players were laying down on the ground, and you see people laying down on the ground like that, you know what that means. And again, as Philip said, good job by the coaching staff, the officials, and law enforcement, clearing the area and getting everything taken care of.
I mean, again, where this Citizens Field's located, I mean, Gainesville Police Department's literally a mile or so down the road. I mean, not far for the GPD officers and the fire department as well. Nearby. Go ahead.
Yeah, it looks like I think it happened in the parking lot. I don't think it was actually in the stadium. I think it was off to the distance, and they're out there still.
All right, well, Oh, Buholz is going to punt. It's 4th down, sorry. So it was 3rd down. Now it's
back to football.
4th down. I know. Almost forgot where we were. 4th down and long, so about 12. So Rousseau's going to punt it away. His 3rd punt of the game. Looks like Fryer is back to return. Is that Fryer or Edge for Columbia? 12 or 18? Back at the 25. Well, we've had an hour and 15-minute weather delay. Now we've had the stadium evacuated due to something. And it's been an interesting opening night of football here in 2022. That is Edge, and he signals for a fair catch. Makes it back at the 17-yard line. Clock didn't run that time, but Columbia will start with 4:33 to go at around their 17-yard line. Yeah, we had some folks trying to come in here as well, and they did. I mean,
the lady brought her baby in, and
yeah,
it was, chaos for about 20 seconds.
Again, I've never been a part of that. I never really would want to be, honestly, and that's why it's like a panic. It's just a panic thing, yeah. But with what's been going on in this country recently, 1st down from the 17. The Tigers heading right to left here in the 4th quarter. Jefferson's still the quarterback. Pass caught on the right flat by Edge. Well, did Edge catch it or Fryer? Looks like Fryer made the catch up to around the 20. Short game. Well, the Tigers still do have 3 timeouts. Boy, it is much quieter in here now than it was.
Yeah, there's sounds of murmurs, and then a stadium being cleared out at the end of the game of a blowout like this is it's not surprising, but with everything that's gone on tonight.
Jefferson back to throw, now rolls, and he is going to get up to around the 22-yard line. Short gain on the play, maybe about 4 yards. 3rd and 8 coming up. Actually, he got to the 24, so about 2 yards. 3rd and 6 for Columbia. Clock running 3:40 here in the 4th quarter. Marty Paulman, Cam Parker, Philip Crutchfield, and Mike Rideout with you tonight here from Citizens Field on the Prep Zone. And you're watching on Twitter and Facebook as well as YouTube. We appreciate it. As Jefferson is going to get dropped right about the line of scrimmage. And that'll bring up 4th down. 4th down in about 3, and this will be the last chance for Columbia. They'll take a timeout here with 3:10 to go. This is where we go to Twitter and see who's saying what right now. Well, I'm still a little bit stunned here. I mean, it's just,
that's.
I don't really know what to say. But
it's clear that whatever happened was in the parking lot. There are multiple Gainesville Police Department vehicles in the parking lot of Citizens Field right now. And thank you, Philip, for pointing your camera that way. You can see them right there, and a plethora of them over there. And again, I was looking at my phone for not 2 seconds, and everyone was running. And with the weather tonight, I thought that there was a lightning, and I didn't see lightning, so it confused me. But again, you see the Columbia players laying on the ground. I'll have to watch the replay tonight to see it. But
initial reports are a taser. This is from Ainsley Lee of the Gainesville Sun and also Kevin Brockway of the Gainesville Sun, who's down on the field. That was the initial report. And Jefferson will keep it. Gets the 1st down to the 31-yard line, a gain of about 6.
I'm glad everyone that was in the stadium and on the field is okay.
We are at 2:58, clock running here, 4th quarter. So, barring a miracle, Buholz will improve to 1-0. Columbia will be 0-1. As on 1st down, Jefferson going to throw it deep, and it's going to be picked. That was like a punt. And there's Hebert. He got one at the 40. Down the sideline. He might want to take this back. 35-30. 25-20, down to the 15, and he'll get brought down around the 17-yard line. Then he is smushed by 2 big Columbia linemen. But that was, there's a flag down. Sorry, the 36, so we may have a pass interference.
I think they're going to indicate a block in the back, possibly on the return. So it's still going to be Bobcat football, but
Well,
again, Tyler Jefferson, I don't know what he was thinking on that throw other than just float it up.
Trying to make a play. And Donnie Hebert, who we've called his name plenty tonight, had a great game, finally gets an interception.
And dropped a couple earlier.
Yeah, he did. And that was almost like a punt, went right over his head.
Good over-the-shoulder grab, too. 4 interceptions last year.
We have an injured player down right in front of the Buholz bench, and that is Dalen Bradley, who had a touchdown catch in the second quarter.
Looks like another cramp. The Buholz trainers are stretching him out.
So that's the 4th turnover of the game for Columbia. 2nd interception thrown tonight by the Tigers. They've had 2 fumbles. That's the first turnover of the second half. Buholz with only 1 turnover. That was the interception in the end zone thrown by Whittemore right before halftime. 2:29 left now. Well, we remember I said this game was moving quickly? Yeah, the 4th quarter's happened. A bunch of different stuff has happened now.
It is a little bit reminiscent. I don't know if you watched the Florida State game last year.
Right.
Felt like the first 3 quarters were really 3.5 quarters were, done within 15 minutes in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, the 4th quarter took like an hour and a half.
The last 2 minutes of the 4th quarter.
That's true.
Just felt forever.
Yeah, it looks like Bradley, right, is a cramp. He's being helped off by the trainer. Still got some Buholz students hanging around and parents as well, but for the most part, I think most people cleared out of here. I mean, I could tell on the Columbia side, almost everyone is gone.
I mean, it's a safe bet to go home, not only with the weather.
Right.
The game, it's a 17-point game with 4 minutes left.
It's a school day tomorrow. It's a work day.
It's a Friday tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a Thursday night.
Add the situation in the parking lot. It may just be time to call it a night.
Yeah.
If you're out in the stands.
Well, both Mark Whittemore and Demetri Jackson decided to finish the game. So they're going to do it. So Buholz with a first down after the penalty block in the back on the return. They'll take over first down at the Columbia 46, and they can run out the clock now at this point on their opening game victory. Whittemore. Handoff off left tackle. And do we have another timeout? Yep, Columbia will take a timeout defensively. They have 2 left, 1:58 to go. Well, actually, we could go ahead and do this. The Sonic Drive-In Player of the Game. I can just sit there and do this right now. I don't know. I mean, Creed Whittemore is an obvious choice.
I mean,
Shakari Kelly had a pick 6 touchdown.
And Creed Whittemore, though, the 2 touchdown rushes, a big pass to Jaron Hamilton really just opened up this game. I believe Ainsley Lee had some stats. She did. In the first half, Creed Whittemore, again, there's unofficial stats, but Ainsley Lee of the Gainesville Sun saying Creed Whittemore in the first half alone, 9 rushes, 106 yards, 2 touchdowns, 8 for 10 passing, and 91 yards. That's not counting his second half performance so far, where he made a couple big throws, including a touchdown pass to Jaron Hamilton.
Right. He 2 rushing touchdowns, 1 yard and 66 yards out of the second quarter, and then a 39-yard touchdown pass the first minute of the 4th quarter to Jaron Hamilton. Creed Whittemore is our Sonic Drive-In Player of the Game. He'll get a $10 gift certificate to Sonic Drive-In of Gainesville. I have a feeling if we do more Buholz games, we'll probably be giving him more awards.
Yes.
In his senior year here. As they carry to the 36, clock running at 1:38. Somebody's car alarm's going off. And it's gone. Minute 30. Yeah, it's been a long night. We want to thank Philip Crutchfield and Mike Rideout, and we got here at 5 o'clock. We waited to even start this game. We were here about 3.5 hours, so it has been a long night here at Citizens Field.
But outside of the extracurricular stuff, a solid night to kick off.
Yeah, good.
2022 football season.
Good performance by Buholz tonight. Only the 1 turnover. Defensively, they've been solid. Another handoff, and that's going to be a first down. with 58.5 left. Columbia, I don't think you can be too disappointed. First game of the year, new quarterback, and this was a tough assignment coming here to Citizens Field to play at Bob Buholz team that was fired up, A, and B is just really talented.
And again, you don't want to have, these type of sloppy performances, anytime. But if you're going to have them week 1. So that weeks 2 through 11, you have a lot more to build off of and things can go more smoothly. And that's what happened with Gainesville last year. I mean, they lost to Vanguard to open up the season, and then they went on to win the district championship. So maybe Columbia can find a way to do more than the same with the lessons learned from tonight's loss.
Well, Creed Whittemore takes a knee, and what does that make his record now? 21-3 as a starter?
From my count.
The last two seasons plus.
Creed Whittemore, 21-3 record as a starter, including the playoffs, as he kicks off his technically his third season starting for the Bobcats. Not his third full season. Kind of came in his sophomore year, but nonetheless, what a game for Creed Whittemore to an already outstanding career.
Yep, and the two teams will shake hands at midfield, and that is the end of the ball game as we finish right at 10:45 here tonight. The final, Buholz 31 and Columbia 14. Again, I want to thank our camera operator, Philip Crutchfield, also Mike Rideout. We're seeing more stories about that. I don't want to really bring in any more. It's conjecture, really, at this point, but seeing a taser fans in the parking lot. But we were able to get through the game. Everyone is okay so far, so we are very happy about that, as this game again started at 8:15, an hour and 15-minute delay due to lightning and heavy rain. And the field, it made it, barely. It made it. We'll see how it plays tomorrow night for Vanguard and Gainesville High.
So that's going to be a little bit of a shock for Doc Pollard and his team when they walk up, but I'm sure that they're reading the reports tonight about the field and could have expected as much.
I mean, Doc may have been here scouting. Who knows? Because they play Buchholz, of course, later in the season in October. Don't play Columbia this year. They used to play Columbia pretty regularly, but. All right, well, that's going to do it tonight. For Cam Parker, I'm Marty Paulman saying so long. We appreciate you watching high school football tonight here on the Prep Zone, also watching on Twitter, Facebook, and YouTube. Our opening night for the 2022 high school football season, the final from Citizens Field in Gainesville. It's Buholz 31 and Columbia 14. So long, good night, and tune in tomorrow night, 106.9 FM, 7 p.m., Vanguard in Gainesville with Mike Rideout and Hank Roan. Cam Parker will have Oak Hall and St. Augustine St. Joseph, 6:45 pregame, 7 o'clock, kick tomorrow night on MainStreetDailyNews.com. So long and good night from Citizens Field in Gainesville.